Well, that's good.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call this meeting to order. Good evening and welcome. This is the March 10th, 2022 Town of Fishkill Planning Board meeting. I'm John Cantor, Chair of the Board, and we're calling a meeting to order at 7:02 p.m. So would you all please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So we have a couple of quick announcements. First, I've been notified that the video on the website will be delayed just a little bit, but we're going to get the meeting started and people at home can catch up if they're watching on that. Also, a reminder to please silence your cell phones, just out of courtesy for everyone here in the room. And also, as I am trying to do now, please speak into the microphone when anyone is speaking, and that will help both the people in the audience here as well as people at home. So we appreciate that. Okay. So we've got three public meetings, public hearings, tonight. And we will start with those. So we're going to start with 62 Greenwood Drive, land development permit at 7 p.m. or as soon thereafter as possible. Applicants seek a land development permit approval for the construction of a 2,200 square foot, 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath home with a shed and driveway. The parcel for the proposal is located at 62 Greenwood Drive in the Beacon Hills zoning district. Consists of 1.423 acres and is identified as tax map parcel 615503289194. I'll just mention the original public hearing notice stated that a garage with a loft with work area was proposed on the site, but this is a corrected notice that I was reading from indicating that the shed is now proposed instead of the garage. Okay, so would someone like to make a motion to open this public hearing?
So moved.
Anthony moves it. Is there a second? Suzanne? Suzanne seconds it. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. That'll be 6-0. We're missing one board member now who should be here at some point in the near future. All right, well, welcome. If you could give us a brief description of the proposal for the benefit of the audience.
Sure. First of all, my name is Eric Rogie with Hudson Land Design. The project is a single family home with a shed on the the uphill side of Greenwood Drive. It's in the Beacon Hills district, so we require a land development permit, and that also requires a SWIP preparation. The project also required 2 variances that we received. One was for the lot width. That's an existing width that we couldn't do anything about. And then the other is the driveway, which is also mirroring existing grades. So there are two variances that are just going with the site. The septic was previously approved down at the bottom of the site by the road in the flattest area. Water is going to be municipal out in the road, up the driveway. We've also incorporated a few stormwater practices to try to alleviate any runoff coming down the mountain, try to infiltrate it a bit using some dry wells, an infiltration trench along the driveway. We have some porous pavers in front of the house. All those things working together should help. Other than that, it's fairly straightforward. I have nothing else I can think of.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
So could we see a show of hands from members of the public in the audience who would like to speak at tonight's hearing? If there is anyone. Okay, so we have a couple. So I'm going to go ahead and read our rules of conduct before we start. So, one, speakers are asked to come to the podium and identify themselves so that their name may be entered into the record. Speakers are limited to one turn at the microphone. Speakers are limited to no more than 4 minutes. There will be a warning when there is 1 minute left. Speakers should provide only new or different information or commentary. Repetitive comments made previously or at prior meetings are not allowed. Speakers are encouraged to submit their comments in writing so that they can summarize their comments during the hearing. Comments are limited to matters involving the business before the board, that is, the particular application under review at the hearing tonight. Verbal interruption, shouting, or other outbursts, as well as slanderous or obscene language, or making signs with body or face are prohibited. It sounds a little weird, but that's happened in the past, and it's not good. And no person shall make any personal attacks on anyone, please. And if a person does happen to interrupt after the chair has asked them to stop, they may be asked to leave and could be escorted from the room if necessary. Hopefully that won't be necessary. So, all right, we're going to start up with the public comments. So please raise your hand if you would like to speak, and when recognized, please come up to the podium and introduce yourself. Yes, ma'am, over here.
I'm Angela De Palma. I live at 58 Greenwood Drive. And I've seen the plans have changed quite a bit. I have a question in terms of the shed. Does it have a garage component to it, or is it just like, can a car drive on that part of the pavement or driveway?
Well, so we're not going to really answer questions as you're asking them.
Yes.
So instead, ask any questions you have, and we'll try to address them, after.
Okay. I just have questions regarding the shed. Is it just a shed, or will it accommodate a car or perhaps a vehicle that will help plow the driveway? And what is the width of that paved area leading back to the shed? Does it accommodate the width of a car? And what is 400 feet back now? Now I'm getting a little confused in terms of, they said the driveway was 400 feet. Is it 400 feet back to the shed or to the garage that's under the house?
Okay.
I have that question. And then also, is the drainage on the side of the driveway, the south side, is that still 2.5 feet on center, or did they make it wider? That's what I remember from quite a while ago. And where are the wells to help with runoff, the dry wells? But it does look much better than what the original plan was in terms of fitting the size of the lot. Okay, that's the questions I have.
Okay, thanks. If it's okay, I'd like to ask the applicant's representative to come back up, and while they're fresh on our minds, if you could try to address those questions?
Yes, I'll start with the last one, the swale width. That has not changed other than the stone underneath it getting deeper since the original submission. It's the same width that it was originally, other than stone being added underneath. So on the surface, it's the same dimensions. The stone underneath it, you won't see it. There'll be stone buried underneath it. The other one was the width of the path. I think it's 6 foot gravel.
6 foot gravel,
Yeah,
right?
it's 6 foot gravel.
Okay.
And I think the intent was just lawnmowers, things like that, small things, a shed stuff to put up there.
It helps if, as you're answering the questions, point this way so you can
Okay.
point into the mic. Thanks.
Okay, sorry. And
The dry wells, maybe you just want to discuss a little bit about, the dry wells and the rain gardens and,
I don't know if Can you see the mouse pointer? There. There's a dry well right there at the end of the swale that comes around the back of the house. There's another dry well here that's inside of a rain garden that roof leaders from the house will drain into that. There's no outlet for that, so all the water should be infiltrating. This is all porous pavers, so it lets rainwater through and hopefully into the ground. And then this entire swale here has stone underneath it and check dams to hold the water, hopefully push it into the ground before it gets to the bottom.
And you also, just one more thing, at the bottom of the driveway where you have the cross culvert pipe, you also
Yeah.
proposed a trench drain across the driveway, so that even though you've got the slope of the driveway cross slope towards the swale, there still will be some water traveling down the surface of the driveway. So you did put in a trench drain there in combination with the culvert, so that it'll intercept any water coming down, the driveway, and get it into the roadside swale before it makes it out onto the roadway.
Yeah, correct.
So-
Any sheet flow that makes it to the end of the driveway is going to stop and be put into the culvert.
Yeah, so that was another good feature that was added.
So did you address the shed? Does it accommodate a car or no?
I didn't, the path is not sized to drive a car up. The intent was just for lawnmowers and that kind of thing, but we haven't really.
Yep.
And I guess you could back a pickup truck up there with some wood to unload it if you really needed to, but it's not intended to be used like a garage.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Who else would like to speak to this matter? Go ahead.
How you doing? Mike Horn, 123 Greenwood Drive. I want to know what's going to happen if those drains at the end don't hold. Being that there's nothing there now and we're flooding down the side of the mountain and it's all dirt. What's it going to be when they got pavers and everything there? Where's that water going to end up? You're not going to be able to put big enough dry wells at the bottom to hold it back.
Well,
All right, we're going to address, we can address that either at the time when we have
yeah.
the discussion, or it's up to you.
Yeah, we're going to have a more in-depth discussion under project reviews after the public hearing, so please stick around for that, and we can get into those details. All right, but we'll try to keep that question in mind. Yes, oh. All right, who else would like to speak? Yes, sir, over here.
Dave De Palma, 58 Greenwood Drive, and also 60. Just a question on that drainage at the bottom of the driveway. My understanding was that the town didn't put that in, the previous owner's boyfriend put that in with his own equipment. And I'm just wondering if that's going to be checked to see if it was done correctly or properly, because I don't believe that he had any permission to do that. He did it on his own, as he did that roughed-in driveway all the way up to where the house is going to be put in.
Very quickly, they're going to be replacing the existing pipe with a better quality pipe, and that will be part of the driveway permit that'll be issued by the town.
Okay, anyone else like to speak tonight? Do not see anyone else. All right. Well, we do have one or two questions remaining that we could talk about under project reviews. If we do, we might want to keep the public hearing open until we discuss it, or would you suggest we close the public hearing based on what we've heard?
My opinion, based upon what we've heard and the fact that the applicant has significantly downsized the project to basically be more in keeping with the other residential homes in that area. I mean, my personal opinion is I don't think any of the comments were significant enough to warrant keeping the hearing open, and then we can further discuss some of the details in regards to the drainage when we get to the second part of the meeting.
Okay. Dominic, do you have any recommendation?
Yes, I concur with Mr. Sakara.
Okay. How about the board?
I would support closing the public hearing.
All right. Okay. All right, would someone like to make a motion to close the public hearing?
I'll make the motion to close the public hearing for 62 Greenwood Drive land development permit.
Would someone like to second that?
Second.
All right, Bridget. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? And the public hearing is closed by a vote of 7-0. We now have our full board here. All right, and so we will discuss this a little bit more in a few minutes under project reviews. Thank you, everybody. The next public hearing is for the lands of Charles and Kathleen Brunel, two-lot subdivision. At 7 p.m. or as soon thereafter as possible, applicants seek approval to subdivide a 7.6-acre parcel into two lots. Lot 1 will consist of 6.33 acres and contains an existing residence, and Lot 2 will consist of 1.27 acres. A 3-bedroom, 2-story single-family dwelling is proposed to be constructed on Lot 2 with minimal site disturbance. The parcel for this proposal is identified as tax map parcel 6155-03-181469, located at 149 Old Glenham Road in the R20 zoning district. Would someone please make a motion to open this public hearing?
So moved.
Anthony, is there a second?
Second.
That was Bob. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, we open the public hearing with a vote of 7-0. Is anyone representing the applicant here tonight to give us just a real quick overview of the proposal for the benefit of the public?
Good evening. My name is Bino Lanza from the Bertolli Lanza Architectural Group, and I'm here representing the Brownells. I have Ben Brownell here with me this evening. We are seeking subdivision approval and a resolution that a certificate of appropriateness is not required pursuant to Section 150-137 of the Town Code. The parent parcel, as you can see up on the screen, is 7.6 acres. It's located on the south side of Old Glenham Road, approximately 1,500 feet west of the intersection of Route 52, and it's in the R20 zoning district. The action consists of a simple two-lot subdivision whereby parcel 1, which would wrap around the easterly, southerly, and westerly sides, would be 6.33 acres, and it would contain the existing residence, the outbuildings, and the easterly driveway. Parcel 2, which would be in the center, would be 1.27 acres, and it would be used to build a new house for Ben Brownell, and it would include the existing westerly driveway. The proposal complies with all of the zoning regulations, and DOH has indicated its acceptance or approval, preliminary approval of the septic system for the project. We comply with the dwelling unit density requirements of Section 150-79 for aquifer protection. And I'm going to quickly... Hopefully they'll regen. So those are the 3D images of the dwelling that's proposed there. And we went through provision by provision of Section 150-137 with regard to historic and cultural resources, and we believe the design of the residence and the design of the site complies with those provisions and in effect protects, and not only protects, but enhances the historic and cultural resources of the town of Fishkill. And I do want to mention that we did receive a finding from OPRHP indicating that that this proposal would not have any impact on historic, cultural, or archaeological resources. I think that sums it up.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we already read the rules of conduct for the public hearing, so I will not do that again. Could I see a show of hands for anybody who would like to speak to this matter? It looks so far like nobody is here to speak to the Brownell subdivision. Going once, going twice. All right, on this one, I don't think I'll even ask for a recommendation on whether to close the public hearing. But who would like to make a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
All right,
Second.
moved by Felix, seconded by Suzanne. Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the public hearing is closed by a vote of 7-0. All right, and so this application will also continue under project reviews in just a few minutes. Thank you for that. And that brings us to our third and final public hearing.
Mr. Chairman, I think I have to recuse myself from this.
Okay, thank you, Ronnie. And also, I did hear a few minutes ago that the video on the town website is apparently working okay, so welcome to those at home who are watching. All right, so this is a rather long one, and I'll try to actually maybe not read the whole thing, but abbreviate some of it. At 7 p.m. or as soon thereafter as possible, applicant seeks a site development plan amendment. This is for the Van Wyck Muse amended site development plan. Planning Board of the Town of Fishkill granted an approval in 2006 for the construction of a larger project by that name. The applicant is now seeking to amend that 2006 site plan by reducing the overall unit count for the project and by changing the building style of the building to be constructed. The original building number 10, containing 20 units, is proposed to be constructed in the same location and same footprint. The remaining units are proposed to be constructed utilizing townhome-style units with 5 units per building, 3 bedrooms per unit, for a total of 113 units. A total of 133 units are proposed. Combined with the 175 previously constructed units, the total proposed unit count will be reduced to 308 units, where 337 were previously approved. So there's also a net reduction in impervious surfaces proposed. There are several tax parcels involved that I won't read, consisting of 9.66 acres and 17.9 acres, and they are in the RMF5 zoning district. Would someone like to make a motion to open this public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Bridget?
Second.
Oh, I think Bridget moved it and Anthony seconded it. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the public hearing is open by a vote of 7-0.
6.
6.
One abstention.
6, sorry. Thank you. All right, would the applicant team like to give a very, very brief overview of this proposal for the benefit of the public?
All right. Good evening, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Brian Sensabaugh. I'm an associate of Zarin and Steinmetz, 81 Main Street, White Plains, New York. Here representing Toll Van Wyck LLC, which is the owner of the unfinished portion of the Van Wyck Muse subdivision. Also with me this evening is Rich Williams of Insight Engineering, who is the project engineer of record, as well as Greg Otis of Toll Brothers. As you stated in the public notice, the application before you today is for an approval of an amended site development plan. The original this project is located on the east and west sides of Bennington Drive and was originally approved in 2006. We've been before the board a number of times heading up to this public hearing. Initially in December 9th, 2021, this application was accepted, and the public hearing was set following the February 23rd, 2022 hearing. There have been some comments that have been received with regard to this application throughout the process. On February 23rd, 2022, the revised plans were submitted in response to those comments. Some of the changes that were incorporated with this included the positioning of fire hydrants, a 15-foot wide gate access drive on the eastern side of the development for use by the fire district, as well as addition of sidewalks connecting the internal buildings to the common space inside. With regard to the specific details of these amendments, I'd like to ask whether or not you'd like us to proceed at this point, or if you'd like us to hold off until the project review.
Yeah, why don't you hold off on that for now, thanks. Okay, could we please see a show of hands for anyone here wishing to speak to this matter? Yes, sir, come on up.
How you doing? Mike Horn, 123 Greenwood Drive. I would like to know where all that runoff is going to be diverted to, being when they did the first phase, it flooded us out down on Greenwood Drive, and we have 3 houses now going underwater. What's it going to do when they go into the second phase to us downstream? And what's going to be done to prevent that? It's duly noted, Army Corps of Engineers have been in, moved the flood zones. We're in bad shape. If that water is allowed to reach the Fishkill Creek, we're done. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Cantor, did I hear him say Greenwood Drive?
Yeah.
It comes all the way down. When they let that water hit the Fishkill Creek, it hits us.
All right, well, perhaps we can address that during the project review as well on that one. All right. Yes, ma'am. Come on up.
Good evening. LaShawn V. Hines, 200 Saratoga Lane, Fishkill, New York. I am a resident of the Van Wyck Muse presently. I just moved there in 2010, so the approvals or whatever he was speaking about, 2009, I'm not familiar with. My concerns are that they are wanting to build additional units at the upper level. However, they have not addressed the hard water issue that is at present. I'm thinking that there should have been a softener in the main filtration system in the building, because we as individuals are experiencing difficulties with our appliances because of the hard water issue that's known to be in that area of Fishkill. Replacing appliances every 2 years. I have pictures, of course. I left my phone in the car, not to be disruptive. But I'm thinking that before they should be allowed to extend and add to the water's issues, that the residents have taken upon their own financial burden to put water softeners in their homes to try to alleviate having to replace dishwashers, washer dryers, anything to which water has to flow through. So we would like to at least have them put in a water softener system in the main water now that they're extending from where we're at. And I'm at the lower level, which is Saratoga Lane, and the unit that the level that they're talking about is Bennington Drive, which is 3 tiers up, and it's a problem. And I think they should be addressing that before they add more units and putting it off on the individual homeowners to be putting in a water softener system that has no space to put in. What I mean is, it's not as if the cupboard or the area where the heaters are have adequate space above to install a water system. 2 different occasions, my co-operative, the other people in the buildings did it, and the welding after the fact caused major catastrophe. People had to move out of their homes for like 3 and 4 months because of the water system. So trying to install them later on is something that we should not have the burden of. Toll Brothers should be putting in a better water softener system in the main area of the facilities. Thank you.
Well, that seems to be a very specific question and request. I'm wondering if maybe we could get the applicant team to come up and just try to address that briefly.
Sure. Good evening. For your record, my name is Rich Williams, and I'm with Insight Engineering. With respect to the water, we actually purchased our water. There's a public water supply in the vicinity. My understanding is our improvements are underway. There's chloride issues. As far as the specific hardness, this is the first I'm hearing of it. I'd like a few minutes while you start your project review just to discuss with our clients, understand if they've heard anything about this before. But again, this is a public water supply. The water is actually supplied to us. So I'll have to look into it a little further.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I could weigh in as well. He is correct. This entire area is served by the Merritt Park Water District. The town has wells on Snook Road that do experience elevated chloride levels from time to time, and to combat that, they blend water from the village of Fishkill to bring the chloride levels down. I'm not aware of any hardness issues within the Snook wells themselves. I'll have to reach out to the village to see if they're experiencing any issues with hardness in their wells, but this is the first I've heard of any issue like that in that area.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone else like to speak tonight? Yes, ma'am, come on up.
Good evening. Susan Todd, 2804 Bennington Drive. My question is, with this community, is building number 10 going to close out the Van Wyck Muse community, and will the remaining buildings of townhomes be another community with separate entrances from both Merritt Boulevard and Route 52? There'll be so much traffic with this new community into the small Van Wyck Muse. Also, my other question is, will this new community have a different name, and will they have their own clubhouse and their garbage facilities? Because the ones that we have now are barely adequate for the number of buildings that we currently have. And that's all. Oh, and I'm sorry, with the water, we also sometimes have problems with water pressure, and we want to make sure that building these additional homes are not going to affect the pressure even more. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Again, maybe we could ask the applicants to come up and try to address those questions or concerns. Yeah, why don't we, since they're fresh on our minds, why don't we try to do that now? We can continue it certainly under project review if necessary.
With respect to the entrances and the site plan layout, I'm just going to shift over. The site plan will help us explain.
Do you need help?
I do.
I use the sidebar.
Thank you.
No problem. You can take it from there.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So we have Merritt. Try and do this at the same time. We have Merritt Boulevard here, Route 52. This is the existing Bennington Drive, which comes up. These are the existing 9 condo buildings. The proposal is to continue the loop for Bennington Drive as originally contemplated in the previous approval. This is condo building 10. Then on this east side, you have the additional 40 townhomes. On the west side, again, this is all consistent with the previously approved layout. The only change is to building style, going from condo style building to townhome. We have the additional 73 units on this side. We do have 2 roads that access them, which come off of the main road leading in, which is Bennington Drive. We have an extension of T-Berry here, and then we have a new proposed road here. These 2 roads were connected at the request of the fire department, and again, we recently received today a letter from the fire department agreeing to that connection and indicating that we provided everything we promised we would. With respect to water pressure, we are currently in the process of lining up pressure and flow tests in the area in the existing community so that we can do the necessary water modeling to complete our water engineering report. Based on the original approvals, there should absolutely be adequate water pressure, but we're going to confirm that as part of our final engineering design.
Okay, go ahead.
Again, Brian Sinsbaugh on behalf of the applicant. With regard to the HOA, there will be 2 condominium associations that will be shared under one homeowners association. They'll be sharing those same common spaces without including the clubhouse. With regard to garbage pickup, something that the applicant will work with the town to see if there is any issue. It would be addressed in terms of additional pickups. And with regard to the traffic, I'd just like to note that, again, as stated in the notice, that there will be fewer units here as originally proposed, so the traffic should be reduced in that instance.
Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this? Yes, come on up.
Hi, I'm Donna Brennan-Bunnett, 2402 Bennington Drive. I live at the top of Bennington Drive. Based upon what they say, the primary easement's going to be Bennington Drive, with T-Berry Lane and the other lanes utilizing that. That could be an emergency catastrophe, given the fact that that's a very narrow lane. Why can't they make an easement down onto 52, or maybe a different easement down onto Merritt Boulevard? Just one lane is going to be insufficient.
Please, I'm sorry.
Get here for TV. Oh, I don't want to be on TV. Donna Brennan-Barnett, 2402 Bennington Drive. I live on the top. I do suffer from some of the water damage that everybody has, as well as ice damming that everybody typically has in this unit, and they shouldn't have. But that's another whole host of issues. I'm told we're very much aware of the water. They have been addressed numerous times. But in regards to this easement, if they just go down Bennington Drive, that's an awful lot of units using a very small, narrow area. You're talking about maybe a quarter of a mile for all these units to use as a primary road to Bennington, to Merritt. Why not go off on 52? Why not build another exit off of the townhouses on the other side? Because right now they're going to cause a problem of congestion. With workers, there's a lot of people that still work. If an emergency situation comes, there's not enough to go around. Although they nicely said there is, there isn't if they're only using Bennington Drive, because it's that narrow little road. Secondly, the clubhouse and the pool and all the common areas would be insufficient for the amount of people that they're stating that are going to be there. The projection was that they were going to do all this enhancement, but when push came to shove, and they didn't do that. And Toll is aware of it. They have numerous complaints, and they had a lot of turnover. So these new gentlemen are new. But I'm pretty sure if they access the old records, they'll find some of the stuff that we discussed. Thank you.
All right, do we have anyone else who would like to speak tonight? Yes, sir, come on up.
Desmond Barnett, 2402 Bennington Drive. So I just want to address what the gentleman just talked about and what the young lady just talked about in terms of the space that 24 Bennington Drive and the driveway. As you can see in the plans there, they've got a whole, to the right, they've got a whole other section that's being developed. I don't see any easement coming off there. The gentleman here, I forgot your name.
Rich Williams.
Rich Williams, spoke about how there was sufficient, that was item number one. Item number two, Rich Williams spoke about, in terms of the garbage, I just want to get a little more clarity on what you said and how that's going to be done for those buildings. Are they going to use the same facility that's down on the road there at the bottom by, excuse me, Saratoga Lane? Is that
Could you face us when you speak so that you're speaking into the microphone, please?
So
Thanks.
my question was, is the garbage that's going to be picked up from those additional spaces going to be Saratoga Lane? My other question, kind of a part 1.1 of that, is the other buildings that were being ideated off to the right in your proposal there, were they also going to share the same garbage? So as an engineer, I'm sure you do numerous research to say, can the capacity of garbage be sustained in that small unit? And many of the Bennington Drive people and the Saratoga people and the people who live in that section are having difficulty with the garbage currently they're breaking down. I'll not say that other people are coming and dropping off their garbage. So how can you propose that all those brand new units with those a lot more people, even though mathematically you're saying, well, we were at this number, but because we're building townhouses, it should be a little less, are still going to maximize the capacity of garbage? That's number 1.1. Everybody has spoken about the issue of the space and the plans, and there are a lot of issues going on with Toll Brothers currently. I guess the hard water, we've got issues in terms of things in the buildings not being done, or issues with certain things in the buildings not being done properly, and we still have discussions from our board president, who actually has to have conversations with you guys, or Toll Brothers, who actually have the lion's share. So we would like to see some of those issues addressed first before we could kind of go over this new proposal of building those spaces. But I'll go back to my first original question. Garbage and your engineering experience to make sure that's sufficient enough, and as the woman said before, getting the exit and having enough road work so that we can have enough cars driving up and down. If you've ever seen a ambulance or fire truck going up that hill, it blocks off the entire road. Yeah. So, thank you.
Thank you. Who else would like to speak tonight?
If I may?
Oh, come on back up.
I'm sorry. I was looking forward to hearing I apologize. I was looking forward to hearing the response to the garbage, if that's possible. How did you guys manage to believe that that much garbage would be picked up? Do you have an answer tonight, or is that something we have to wait for?
All right, well, could the applicant come up and try to address it? Again, we may need to continue talking under project review, so.
And I would like to revisit this during project review. However, with respect to proposed building number 10, which is the last condo building, that again, as you heard before, there's going to be two different condominium associations under one umbrella of a larger homeowners association. I believe, and I'm looking back just to confirm, building 10 would share common facilities with the other existing condo buildings. The other townhomes, their garbage would be dealt with separately, likely through pickup, either through the town or private hauler, but they would not be sharing the same facilities. Okay, just confirming that with Toll Brothers, who is my client. Now, with respect to the roads and the road networks, the roads that we're building are standard 24-foot wide roads, typical to any other municipal road. You're talking to a former volunteer fireman, so yes, I'm intimately aware of how fire trucks maneuver, operate, as well as ambulances. These are standard road widths. The new construction is not, it's on the outskirts of the existing road network. So we're building from the existing road out. So we're not going to have construction vehicles parked on roads. We're working within our sites. And again, this is the contemplation of a previous approval, the only difference being we're reducing the intensity of development by transforming from a condominium type association with additional condo buildings to townhome style.
Can I come up to readdress that? Maybe I wasn't clear. My main
Well,
and primary
make this brief, please.
Donna Brennan Barnett. My main and primary concern is that all these units will be using one road that's probably a quarter of a mile. Am I right with the quarter of a mile? All these units would then, the people on the right and the people on the left would have to come to get on this one road, despite them on the arterial being wide enough. The main thoroughfare isn't wide enough for the congestion to handle. Originally, on the original plans, if I saw them, although Toll has modified them a couple of times, there was an exit onto 52. So those wonderful townhomes that they're building would go out on 52 and not have to migrate to Bennington Drive. I don't know if I'm making sense or if there's clarity.
No.
No, you're making sense. I'm just wondering if the applicant can address whether there was a change in plans or whether what happened with that.
The previous approval did not contemplate a second entrance
Okay.
onto Merritt Boulevard. In addition, and it makes sense as to why, based on the change of grade between the first tier of buildings, and you heard the word tier used a couple of times tonight, as there is slope that rises from top of page to bottom of page. Also in this northeast corner, there is an Army Corps of Engineers regulated wetland. So based on the plan review that I did of the previously approved plans, there was not a secondary entrance onto Merritt Boulevard. Again, this is consistent with the road network and layout that was previously approved, just in a less dense proposal.
And also, I've heard you mention a number of times that this will actually be less dwelling units overall than the original approval.
337 to 308, so 29
Right.
units less.
Okay, thanks. Okay. Yeah, come on up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Greg Otis from Toll Brothers. I just wanted to address the quick comment about the exit over to Route 52. For those of you that might not recall, that original parcel of land was actually dedicated back to the town. So we no longer do have access to Route 52. That's a parcel under the town now, owned by the
Okay.
town.
No, ma'am, no, there's no talking back and forth, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, I want to see if there's anyone else who has not spoken yet. Okay, come on up.
My name is Gail Reed. I just want to get a clarification about the townhouses that are going to be built on the other side. Will they be sharing, and maybe I didn't hear this clearly, will they be sharing the same clubhouse with us as far as the clubhouse that's presently there? Because right now, it doesn't accommodate the community, the pool or the clubhouse. So that means that they're going to be also using this clubhouse?
All right, can we get a quick answer from the applicant on that? And then we're going to stop the back and forth after this one because it's getting a little bit out of hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, they will be sharing the same clubhouse facility, but again, this clubhouse was originally envisioned to have even a higher population using it, as previously approved.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, the same clubhouse will be used, but again, that clubhouse was built with a higher population in mind than we're currently proposing. We've reduced the number of units from the previous approval.
Okay, so we're hearing certain things from some of the residents who obviously have some questions and issues for the Toll Brothers as a developer. I think a lot of that is going to have to be discussed further in the future between you all. Some of those are things we can address, some of them are not. So at this point, I'd like to see if there's anyone else in the audience who has not spoken yet who would like to. And then I have one email I'm going to read from a resident who submitted an email. Anyone else? Okay, so this email was received by the planning office today, March 10th. It's from, let's see, Tamer, and the last name is Abul Assad, I think. So this is in regards to the hearing for Toll Brothers Site Development Amendment meeting Thursday, March 10th. I'm reading this, so I couldn't be there in person, and I didn't see a web conferencing option, so I'm sending my concerns via email. If you could please relay them, I would appreciate it. My name is Tamer Abul Assad. I live in Van Wyck Meadows 2, which is right across the street from Van Wyck Mews. I have owned this Toll Brothers townhouse since 2012. The experience with Toll has been terrible. This is his words. I would like to call out 3 aspects. 1, not setting the community for success. Toll incited association members against one another and caused divide in the community, which has led to endless, costly, ongoing lawsuits. This was part of a plan to get away with things they should have addressed. Shared amenities. The clubhouse they created is a shack shared by 450 plus homes. It is unusable. Subpar building quality. There are major issues that rose once the warranty was over. They all seem to stem from inferior workmanship. For examples, toilet having hot rather than cold water connected to it, bathroom floor tiles popping out due to improper installation, sidewalks turning to gravel, missing installation, draft walls, etc. They seem to have done a little better job with respect to these categories of problems in the condo-style homes. For those reasons, I believe they haven't demonstrated that they can properly build townhouse communities, and their amendment should be denied unless they want to make right on the shortcomings mentioned above. So, again, there's no clapping, and this was not intended to be read for, anyone in favor or opposed. A lot of that is stuff that I think is going to have to be worked out between the residents and the owners. And, please, no comments while I'm speaking or while the board is deliberating. So unless there are other further comments here tonight, we're going to ask the members if we should close the public hearing tonight. Did you speak yet, ma'am?
I have one follow-up question.
All right, make it quick, please. Come up to the podium.
My question is, why can Toll Brothers not put another road off of Merritt Boulevard? I'm understanding now that they gave that slice of land on 52 back to the town, but there is so much road frontage on Merritt Boulevard. I know that roads cost money, but Toll Brothers has the money to do it. And it's going to be very hard for them to sell all of these proposed townhomes when the people that are considering purchasing realize that the facilities are not large enough for them. The clubhouse is not adequate. So my question is about another road off of Merritt.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, one more chance for anyone else who has not spoken yet to come up to the podium. All right, let me turn to our attorney and engineer and see if there is any sense of whether the board should close the public hearing at this point.
I would recommend that you close the public hearing. There's been a full and fair opportunity for the public to comment. They've provided issues, as you pointed out, some of which are within the board's purview, some of which are not. But all of those issues can be further discussed during the project review by the board.
Okay. John, any comments?
No, I concur with council. There are a few issues raised this evening which we'd like to look into further, look into the history of the project further, but I didn't hear anything that would cause me, to suggest that you necessarily leave the hearing open.
Okay, thanks. All right, I'll turn to the board members and see if there are any questions, any comments, and what do you think about closing the public hearing tonight?
Well, I actually would like to keep it open. I think there's a lot of issues, and I don't know if there are any other issues that are out there that we don't know about, and I would like the public to have more of a chance to let us know what the problems are.
Anyone else? Anyone concur with Felix?
I would support that being done in a written comment period instead of having it open for the next meeting. I think I think Toll Brothers has a lot of PR that they need to handle as a result of the comments tonight, but I think as several mentioned, some of the items are for our review, quite a few of them were not, so that would be my recommendation to allow the public opportunity for additional written comment based on what was spoken about tonight.
Any other ideas? Yeah,
I
go
think
ahead.
I would agree with Anthony's comments on written comment period for sure. And I would, I think that Toll Brothers would want to jump on that PR issue.
Yeah, I mean, congestion and seems like a lot of open issues that still need to be addressed.
Bridget, any thoughts?
I agree with Anthony about the written comment period. I think a lot of the comments, although I understand the frustration, really aren't relevant to what we're being asked to review. So I think a written comment is sufficient if we extend that.
All right, would someone like to make a motion to close the public hearing with the stipulation that the board would allow written comments until when? What do you think? Usually, I think in recent past, we've done like 1 week from the day after the date of the hearing.
Agree. Let's stick with our current practice then. Let's do that.
So that would be until Friday, March 18th, I think?
Correct.
All right, would someone like to make a motion to that effect?
So moved.
All right, moved by Bridget. Is there a second?
Second.
Suzanne? Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Oppose.
All right. Any abstentions?
Yes.
No? That's right. So we've got one abstention. So that motion passes by a vote of 5 in favor, 1 against, and 1 abstention. So the public hearing is closed, and we will accept comments, written comments, addressed to the planning office until next Friday, March 18th. Okay, thank you. And again, we'll continue discussion under project reviews in a little while. Meanwhile, we have one item to cover, approval of minutes, or to approve and adopt the December 9th, 2021 meeting minutes. Non-substantive corrections on the draft minutes were sent to the planning department. Do members have any additional comments or corrections you'd like to make at this point?
No.
Would someone like to make a motion to approve and adopt the minutes of the December 9th, 2021 meeting?
So moved.
Anthony moves it.
Second.
Is there a second? Felix seconds it. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And any abstentions?
I do, John. I wasn't here.
All right. So Bridget abstains. So that passes 6 in favor, none opposed, and 1 abstention. Okay, very good. One other very quick item. Hold on. Before we begin with project reviews, I'd like to ask our attorney, Dominic Cordisco, if you could say a few words about building inspectors' interpretations and determinations regarding zoning codes. I think it would be helpful to the public at large who might have questions on the subject as it pertains to several of the applications that have recently come before the board.
Yes, there has been some questions in regards to the authority. Not a problem. Thank you. Is that better? Good. Okay. There's been questions raised since I've been counsel since January in connection with the planning board's authority to interpret or disagree or overrule a determination made by the building inspector. This is something that I looked into And I understand that there's been concerns raised by the public and concerns in general in connection with determinations that are made by the building inspector. The fact is that the planning board is a board that reviews applications and determines whether or not they're consistent with the code. The board itself, the planning board, does not interpret the zoning code. Interpretations for the zoning code and determinations of the zoning code are within the province of the building inspector. And so if the building inspector makes a determination, then the board is bound by that determination. There's no appeal process for the planning board to disagree or to challenge a determination by the building inspector. There is the possibility for an aggrieved person or persons to challenge a determination by the building inspector, but that appeal has to be brought to the zoning board of appeals. It's not a matter for the planning board to interpret, disagree, or overrule a determination that's made by the building inspector.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, well, we're going to move on to the project reviews. So let's get back to 62 Greenwood Drive, land development permit. The board to review submission made by the applicant's representative on February 23rd, 2022. So, welcome back, and why don't you go ahead and give us an update on the plans?
Since the last submission, we've added a preliminary wall design. There was some very minor tweaks related to some notes for the driveway and for the erosion control sequencing. I added some riprap and check dams, and it was minor revisions.
Okay, well, that was a good brief summary. Well, we do have Pete Sotero here tonight, and we would love to get your input, and we have a engineering memo from you dated March 7th, if you want to go through that.
Sure. We had spent several months working with Eric's office and trying to come up with a plan that was more in keeping with the neighborhood, and I think with this plan that we've accomplished that. The building, basically the garage that was proposed like before is now going to be a much smaller structure, a shed. And we worked extensively with Eric's office to come up with a plan that mitigates to the greatest extent possible the runoff from this property. Any of these properties on the uphill side here are going to create like runoff. Not knowing every single property along that area that's on the uphill side of the road, but I would probably venture to say, being that those lots were constructed years ago, that this particular lot probably has more drainage control features on it than most of the other lots. So in my opinion, that they've done a good enough job mitigating the runoff from the property, controlling the erosion control. And a very important thing is that we worked fairly extensively, as Eric said, on the construction sequencing. And that will include not opening up the entire site. That means that there's a specific sequence on there where you would have to build, the driveway, obviously, to get to the main area, but then work on certain areas of the site and make sure that those areas are stabilized. And Eric has actually called out in certain areas an erosion control matting which is a good feature to hold down, the soil while the grass, like establishes. So certain areas will be stabilized before the next area is supposed to be worked on. Now, it also includes, and I believe this is part of the Beacon Hills zoning, that it also calls for a pre-construction meeting before work starts, and that would include the town, our office, the applicant's contractor, where you go over everything, go over the plan, make sure everybody understands, the sequencing. And there's also an inspection fee that would be filed that would cover periodic inspections by our office to ensure that the plan is being followed, that the erosion control sequences are being followed. There's also a requirement for the applicant's engineer, to be there also, to check that. So I think there's a lot of checks and balances that will be here, and so, like I said, in my opinion, I think they've done as much as they can. They have downsized the plan as more in keeping with other properties on that particular side of the road, and that there's enough checks and balances in place to, ensure that there's a safe construction. So, a couple things. There was a landscaping plan that was proposed. I'm not an expert on, landscaping, but it seemed like it was pretty, decent. So I don't know if any of the board members have any comments on, the landscaping plan, but that is part of the plan, and the landscaping would have to be installed similar to other projects before a certificate of occupancy is granted for the project. So we just had some very, very minor comments, and then I don't know if the board has any specific comments on the landscaping plan. Lastly, looking at the code, the process is that after the close of the public hearing, that the planning board engineer has 31 days to issue a letter indicating approval, disapproval, or approval with conditions of the land development permit application. If recommended for approval, the letter will also recommend an amount for a performance bond. I should also mention that there will have to be a performance bond for probably just the value of the site work to ensure that it's done properly, and that if it's not done, there's, again, we keep referring to checks and balances. So not only does the town have the certificate of occupancy, but they'll also have a performance bond to ensure that the work is completed in accordance with the plan. So that's the process. So I think this is my first and possibly CPL's first land development permit here in the town. So I don't know if, subject to further discussion here with the board, if we have to wait for like a letter, and then there's another meeting, and then you authorize us to, assuming that I would recommend like approval, which I'm pretty much like saying that we would recommend approval with conditions. I have to formally issue a letter. So I guess subject to further discussion tonight, if there's anything critical, I don't know if you have to wait till I issue the letter before you authorize us to prepare the resolution, but I guess that's something that we can discuss. So thank you.
Yeah, I have an idea on how we might be able to handle that, but yeah, first why don't we go to board members and see if there are any questions or comments or any ideas?
Well, I'm just looking at the landscaping plan, and it looks pretty substantial and seems decent.
We're trying to keep existing trees wherever possible. A lot of those are existing trees on there.
others?
I'm not an expert on tree root sizes, but the landscaping plan, some of the vegetation proposed is very close to the septic field. I don't know if, John, with your expertise of the proximity, or perhaps our consultant could, speak or confirm to whether or not the vegetation provided, although robust, and I think it's much appreciated, would not compromise the on-site septic system.
Well, there's not supposed to be any, I believe that the health department code is that there can't be any trees within, I believe it's 10 feet, does that sound right? 10 feet of the, no, I'll have to look at the specific.
I mean, it looks pretty close on the plan. I don't have a scale, but.
You don't have a scale.
Not on me.
But at home, right?
Looked at it at home.
I've got a couple. I've got an engineering scale, but I also have an architectural scale, just so you know.
Just in case we need it.
Yeah, just in case. Let me know if you need it.
John,
Yeah.
I mean, I would just like to comment that, this project's been going on for a while, and the homeowner and engineer have, I think, gone above and beyond to make the project fit on the parcel of land that they have. When you look at it, the plantings and the wildflower areas and the limited grass, and I just think they did an excellent job. This was a very difficult project, and I think they jumped through a lot of hoops for ZBA and for us.
Yeah, I also took a good look at the landscaping plans, and I thought they were very well designed and thought out, and actually they seem to incorporate new plantings into the natural conditions of the site very well. It wasn't just like plopping up some random, types of trees and shrubs. They really do seem to match quite well with the natural environment, and intended to really, in effect, actually bring some of the site back to its more natural conditions. So I was pretty impressed with that. I would ask maybe, Pete, if you take, have maybe somebody in your office take one quick look at the types of plants that were proposed.
Yeah, we have somebody that can do that, yes.
Yeah, and just make sure they're not encroaching on the septic
Yes, we
fields
can
or
do
anything
that.
like that. Any comments from you, Dominic?
Not at this time.
Okay. So, yeah, Pete was mentioning the process from here, where he has to come up with a recommendation of approval, disapproval, or approval with conditions, and also a recommendation on the amount of a performance bond. So seeing as how we don't have an official recommendation yet, although Pete was indicating that he's, pretty much favorable towards the way the plan has developed at this point.
With conditions, yes.
Yeah. What I'm thinking is, and it's really more in the way of a question, is would it be appropriate to authorize our consultants to prepare a draft resolution of approval or disapproval or conditional approval, whichever it may be, for the board's consideration at the April 14th meeting? So as an example, if the engineer comes up with a recommendation of approval with conditions, could you draft then for the upcoming meeting a resolution that would be formatted in that way for conditional approval with, a number of the conditions that we've kind of been talking about over the months that we've been reviewing this, and have that ready for the board's consideration at the April 14th meeting?
Yes, we can do that.
So,
subject to, the board author.
yeah, so we're going to ask for the board's input on that, and then we'll ask for a motion to that effect. But if you think that's appropriate, we could follow up on that. What does the board think about that? That way we, we're able to get our official recommendation from our engineer, but we also, won't delay any further consideration. If it shows that we should move ahead with approval with conditions, then we'll have something ready to look at.
Yep, I would support that.
Yep.
All
so
right,
would
would
I.
someone like to make a motion authorizing our consultants to prepare a draft resolution for the 62 Greenwood Drive proposed land development permit for the board's consideration at the April 14th meeting, again, subject to the recommendation provided by our engineer.
I said it, so I'll move it.
Okay. Anthony moves it.
I'll second Anthony.
Felix seconds it. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so that passes 7-0. And so, do you have any questions, or? Nope. Sounds like we'll be able to, in some way or other, move the process ahead at the next meeting.
Okay, sounds good to me.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I will be out of town for that meeting. We're going to travel down to see our grandchildren for Easter. So I will have everything like ready, and John will be able to, to handle that at the meeting, so.
All right. And also, if, as you're
He'll do his best, he said.
preparing the draft resolution, I'll certainly be available if you.
Oh, yeah,
if you have any
we'll do
questions or
we'll do like the
anything like that.
normal, like circulation and all that ahead of
Yeah.
time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and we can assist on that. This particular section of the code, 150-59, has specific findings that the
Yes.
board will have to make in connection with land development. I did want to clarify, though, if I could, is that I would believe that this is actually a type 2 action, but since I'm coming in towards the end, I just want to make sure
Yeah.
that that's everyone else's understanding.
Yeah, we did declare this a type 2 action and I can't even remember how long ago it was, but
Right.
it was toward
Yeah.
the beginning of the process.
Okay,
yes.
fine.
Yeah,
thank
we'll
you.
include that in, the
So
resolution.
actually, I should have thought about this before. We have been talking about the process for preparing resolutions, and this might be, well, I guess we could leave it to you, Dominic, and our engineering staff, but to see
Yeah.
if this might be an opportunity for Dominic to start up doing the resolutions with your
Fine with
input.
me.
If it's helpful to the process, we could do that.
Okay,
Yeah, we can discuss that separately, yep.
okay. Sounds good.
Okay? All right,
All
thank
right.
you. Good night,
Thanks.
all.
Sure.
Thank you, Pete.
Funny guy.
All right.
It's nice seeing you.
Okay, the next project review is the lands of Charles and Kathleen Brownell, 2-lot subdivision. Board to review submission made by applicant's representative on February 23rd, 2022. So if Mr. Alonso could come up and get a little bit more into the details of the plans, which will be shown on the screen. And then after that, we can get into John Bodendorf's engineering memo.
Thanks, Deb.
So I know you did have a number of updates addressing the previous comments that have been submitted, so why don't you try to focus on those?
Sure. Since the last board meeting, revisions to the drawings included revising of the discharge outlet for a footing drain. We added the easements onto the plat and easement descriptions. We included a few soil erosion control and sediment control features that John had requested. And I think that I think that pretty much. The other thing is, while it didn't manifest itself in terms of revisions to the drawings, we did address chapters 150-37 and 150-79, and included a very detailed report that hit point by point on each of those provisions, and we think that we demonstrated that we complied with with all those provisions.
All right. Well, why don't you go ahead, John, and go through your memo, and then we can have some further discussion with the applicant?
Yeah, I completely agree with his summary, and the comments that we have remaining are what I would consider housekeeping items that really could be considered conditions of a final approval. I know we're not considering that tonight, but there's really not much left for them to do from our perspective. We did review the meets and bounds of the easements that were submitted, and they checked out. So as long as, you know, from a legal perspective, they're in a form that's acceptable to council, I don't see any other items that would hold them up at this point.
Okay. All right. Any questions or comments from board members?
No.
All right. And just reminding the public and the people at home, this is what we might call a simple two-lot subdivision, which is probably one of the more complex subdivision plans I've ever seen for a two-lot subdivision, so we do appreciate that. Any comments over here? Or Dominic, do you have any thoughts?
I think it's at a point now where, yeah, the board could authorize the preparation of resolutions for your next meeting.
All right, and my own observation, mainly, I did take a look pretty closely at the details you provided on how the proposal meets the requirements of the two new local laws. And I thought you did a good job and made good arguments about why the application complies with the two local laws adopted by the town board. So I don't know what other planning board members thought, or Dominic, whether you had any chance to take a look at that, but I think we would probably be in pretty good shape to address those in a draft resolution of approval.
That's correct.
All right. So I'll ask the board. So first, we would need to have draft EAF Part 2 and a draft determination of environmental significance ready at the April meeting, so we'd have to have that authorized. Are we ready to do that?
I think we're ready.
All right, would someone like to make a motion to that effect? To, let's see, where are we here? Yeah, to make a motion to prepare draft EF Parts 2 and 3, draft determination of environmental significance regarding the Brownell two-lot subdivision for the board's consideration at the April 14th meeting.
So moved.
Felix moves it.
Second.
Suzanne seconds it. Any, let's see, any further discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? So that passes 7-0. And then, are we ready to authorize our consultants to prepare a draft resolution of preliminary and final subdivision approval? And this we would look to Dominic to draft up for us, if that's all right.
Yeah, we can do that. I can't see anything that would be in the negative declaration that would cause a change or delay in the preparation of a resolution. So the board may want to consider them together. But if there is an issue that comes up or the board has concerns, there's just because we're preparing resolutions doesn't mean the board has to adopt them.
Right, right. And so the question would be, really, would this be for preliminary and final subdivision approval together? I don't see why not.
It's a fairly minor subdivision with no real discretionary outside agency approval that would mean that the project would change between preliminary and final. So I would recommend doing both at the same time.
Sure.
All right, would someone like to make a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Okay, moved by Felix. Is there a second?
Second.
Bob? Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, that passes 7-0. So, we're moving ahead with this. At the next meeting, we'll have a draft EAF Part 2, a draft neg deck, and a draft resolution, should we get that far at the April 14th meeting.
And I do have, I don't want to leave any dangling participles, but your section 150-137, which is associated with a certificate of appropriateness, it indicates that either a certificate of appropriateness needs to be obtained or that the board must deem that a certificate isn't necessary by way of resolution.
Right.
So I'd like to get a resolution that the board has determined that the certificate is not necessary.
Well, that's what I was asking before of our consultants, that I believe we could do that actually in the resolution of approval.
Okay.
And no need to do a separate resolution
Okay, yeah,
on it.
as long as that's included in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay.
So I think we're all set for now.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. Have a good
Okay,
evening.
thank you. All right. And now we are back to Van Wyck Muse, amended site development plan, board to review submission made by applicant's representative on February 23, 2022. And Robbie, you're going to recuse yourself again. Okay. So come on up and feel free to update us on the status of where the plans are at this point.
Halftime.
No need to repeat what we already talked about at the public hearing, but anything new would be appreciated.
Good evening, Chairman, members of the board. Brian Sensabaugh, Saren Steinmetz on behalf of the applicant. With regard to new items for the board, do you want to note with regard to, and somewhat in response to some of the comments this evening, we do have a letter from the fire district stating that they are in support of the application, well, not support of, but have no opposition to the application, that they reviewed it and are in agreement. So with regard to the roadways, we have satisfied the requests of the fire district. I also do want to state also the landowner is the applicant, not the HOA in this. So I just want to make sure that is clear for the public. And also, before we get into some of the details, which I'll send this over to Rich Williams, I do want to make clear that with regard to this, we are requesting a reduction of what was already approved. The applicant does have the ability to move forward with the full 338 units. What we are requesting is to reduce that to 308. So I just want to make sure that is clear to the board, to the public, and I will send it over to Rich Williams now to go into some more details of the changes we've made.
Okay.
Good evening again. I'll provide a brief summary of what we've been working on since we were last before you.
Okay.
We've expanded our drawing set, including the necessary engineering profiles for water, sewer, and drainage. We've added more details. As my colleague mentioned, we reached out to the fire department to have them confirm what we agreed to do was actually done on the drawings. You received a letter today indicating the same. We also reached out to the highway department at the request of the consulting town engineer. There is only one more item that we've been left to talk to the highway department about, and that's to confirm that our drainage structures meet their spec. We're using standard drainage structures, so we believe they will, but if there's any modifications they want, we'll obviously make them. That's a simple change, and we've reached out to them to confirm that. In the short term, we are going to be submitting our applications to the Dutchess County Department of Health for the water and sewer extensions. Again, this is an amendment to the previous approval, so this is not a new water and sewer extension. We'll also be performing the flow tests just to confirm the previous results. Similarly, we've already started to talk to the surveyors to have them go out and verify the as-built conditions of the stormwater basins. There are existing stormwater basins which are ultimately downstream of us, which we've modeled in our stormwater pollution prevention plan. Those basins were constructed, COs issued for the first 9 units, but at the consulting town engineer's request, and it's good practice, we're going to go as-built them again to verify they're still in their approved condition and that we're modeling them correctly. Most of these are, in our opinion, pretty straightforward comments that are left over, but I won't speak to them. I'll let your engineer.
All right. So, yes, we do have a engineering memo dated March 7th from CPL. So, John, you want to go through that?
Sure. I guess the first item regarding seeker, the last time they were before you, I believe shortly after that January meeting, the circulation process began and ended, and I don't believe there was any, I don't believe there was any objection. So the board can resolve to become lead agency for the environmental review. Rich did a good job summarizing the outstanding engineering comments. I will say we did hear some concerns about the water quality in the area, and that's something that concerns me. I don't think there's an issue with the town's water supply. If there was, I'm sure I would have heard about it before, but hearing those comments, I do want to look into that to make sure that there aren't anything, there's nothing going on with the town wells that we're unaware of. We do get water quality reports from the water system operator on a monthly basis, and I review those myself. So if there were a hardness issue coming out of the wells, I would know about it, and I haven't seen that. I'll certainly review it again to make sure, and I will also talk to the health department to make sure that there isn't anything going on with the village water supply that we're not aware of. I don't believe so, but again, this system does utilize village water at times, especially when the chloride levels come up. So if there's an issue with the village water, it could be getting into the system from there. But again, these are comments that I wasn't expecting to hear tonight, so that's something I really want to look into. But few phone calls, and I should be able to give a report back to the board quickly on that. Some of the things the board should consider looking at tonight, there were some comments from county planning. The applicant did provide responses to those. Is the board satisfied with how they're addressing those comments? Should take a look at the lighting and landscaping plans and make their own determination regarding adequacy. Same thing with the architectural plans. And we did note that there were some comments from the fire department from January 5th. It sounds like they have just recently responded again. So I'd be interested in seeing what they had to say. There was nothing that I would consider crucial or in their review. They just wanted to look at hydrant spacing, and so it sounds like they may have addressed all the fire department's comments, but we'll need to confirm that. And they mentioned they're going to provide a little bit more information on the stormwater. We did hear a comment tonight about some potential downstream impacts, but again, we're talking about a reduced project from what was approved previously, so that should result in less stormwater runoff impacts or potential impacts downstream. But we will confirm that when we get the additional information from the engineer. And that's, that's the bulk of our comments remaining for the project.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to get some clarification on the lead agency circulation. So my understanding is that it was not circulated actually until February 10th.
That's correct.
And if that's the date we're going to use for, the 30 days.
The plans by was February 10th.
Yeah, so if that's, and that was at least in part because of delays in getting the materials to circulate with it.
Correct.
If that's the date we use for the circulation to involved agencies, then that would make only 28 days to today, so that we actually, I don't think, should declare lead agency status tonight, but if that's true, and I guess, Dominic, maybe you could confirm, is that the date we should use for the circulation the 30-day notice requirement?
Yeah, that would be the date, and it is 30 days that before the board can take any action.
Yeah.
I don't think it's significant other than the fact that the board wasn't contemplating taking any action tonight. At least, I don't think it's the recommendation that you do so. I mean, other than the fact that you would confirm your status as lead agency, which could be done at a future time, but it sounds like there's revisions required to the plans in any event.
Yeah. So let's get back to that in just a minute. So let's focus on plan details first, and then we can talk about the seeker status. Do board members have any additional concerns or questions or comments?
Yes, I have two.
Okay, go ahead, Bridget.
One, I know you said the unit count was down. Is the bedroom count down?
No. Since our initial presentation, we've been pretty straightforward in that the bedroom count is actually increasing. And the direct impact of that is on water and sewer flows, which is why at the very beginning of the project we met with Memo as well as the municipalities to make sure that there was adequate water and sewer facilities, and there are.
That would also affect community resources such as clubhouse, wouldn't it? Additional bedrooms, potentially additional residents?
It is, yes, but you do have less units. So you'd have to start running the population numbers to see, and it would probably yield a close equity. Because you have less units, but you do have higher bedrooms.
Listen, my understanding is from these types of townhouse units, yes, although they may have more bedrooms overall than the condo units, it's partly because residents these days like to have extra space for things like home offices and entertainment rooms and things like that. Maybe you could just talk about that a little bit.
It's actually been Toll Brothers' experience that the market recently is looking for first floor offices, first floor master bedrooms, that it is about more space. It's, COVID did change the world a little bit in how we use our homes and the space we look to find in our homes. I don't know if you want to add anything.
My second question is, I saw the memo from the fire department, and now that you have the connection between T-Berry Lane and, I think you call it Post Road A, that there's 2 emergency gates on there, and I really don't understand why that just wouldn't be a regular road as opposed to just being used as emergency access.
So just to, because the engineer alluded to it a little bit, let me walk you through the fire department process. We received the comment in January.
Mm-hmm.
We had a subsequent meeting with several of the chiefs as well as the building inspector to discuss how to address emergency access hydrant locations and make sure that they were satisfied with the overall plan. In doing so, we talked about connecting the roads with an emergency access drive. It was the fire department that wanted them blocked off with gates to make sure that people don't use them, park on them, that they're available to the fire department only. We also went a step further and said, would you like us also to keep the hammerhead turnarounds? Sometimes when you're pulling in at night and you're driving a truck by yourself, you don't want to get out and open 2 gates. So we gave them the option of having more space to maneuver, stage, turn around if desired, open up the gates if desired. But the gates were requested by the fire department. They were not our choice.
I mean, I would get rid of them just to benefit the residents there and to give them an option to be able to move, you know, more easily around their community. So I'm not sure why the fire department is pushing to have those gates there. I don't understand. Maybe that's not a question for you. Maybe it's a question for the fire department.
I believe the intent when we were discussing it is when they have a through connection, a through road, and this road is, the emergency access drive isn't a full width road. It's to provide an access for the fire department to use. They don't want the public using it. They want to make sure that they control it, and when they need it, they have the ability to control it. If they show up during an emergency and there's a car parked in it, that presents a problem. So they would rather have it gated. That was the spirit of our conversation.
Then I would recommend that it be a full width road and just be a continuous loop through that section of the community.
We did take a look at that as part of our design process and in talking to the fire department. There are adjacent Army Corps of Engineer wetlands, which we're being sensitive to and staying away from. As you start to push into a full width, you get very close to impacting them. And our goal was to stay out of those. When we met with the fire department, they were happy with having a single access drive, as well as the turnarounds and additional hydrants.
Again, my comment isn't based on what the fire department wants. It's what I think is better for the community, and I think a continuous loop, as you have it at the other end of the property, to flip to the other drawing there, on Bennington, that's a full loop. And I think the correct design for the other side of this project is to do the same exact thing.
Do you have the blow-up site plan of the east section that shows the connection road better?
It's 1.2.
So this is the plan. One of the things this plan also highlights is the topography adjacent to Merritt Boulevard and how it changes as you move east to west. I'm just pointing that out. A lot of discussion tonight was about creating an access off of Merritt Boulevard. As you move farther to the right side of the page, you can see when you get past the clubhouse and move in, the topography becomes very steep. You would not be able to make that cut with a standard road. Particularly in this area, this is what I was referring to. Right here, this pinch point. If we try and do a road with full, and again, we can widen the road if you want us to widen it to full municipal standards where you have 100 feet between reverse curves. That's not possible. So we specifically designed it as an access driveway to feel like a driveway, operate like a driveway, and not as a municipal road. It has to do with the short lengths between the hammerheads. You don't actually have enough road length in there without pushing farther to the east in order to overcome the slope you would need to do a municipal road at the intersections along the straight right-of-way. And you would also be pushing into that wetland to the east, which sits right here. Those were just the physical constraints we were up against.
I know Dutchess County in their recommendations on the general municipal law referral brought up the idea of connections between, within and between communities. My interpretation of that is probably they were interested less with car connections and more with people connections, like walking and biking. And I would assume that with the gates there, it would still allow people to, bike through that area. It may not be something the fire department wants to see a lot of, but I live in a similar townhouse development where there's a fire access lane that goes actually right behind our development part, goes through from the town road all the way across to a cul-de-sac, probably at least a half a mile away, so that it was able to have another point where the fire department could, connect to either point if something happened in between. And people use that, even though they maybe technically, the fire department would prefer that it stays unoccupied. People walk on it, people bike on it, so it is used that way. And to me, I think that plus the fire and emergency access concern was what the county was thinking about, and certainly what the fire department was thinking about when they recommended that connection for the access road. So anyway, if anyone else has any thoughts about that, we'd love to hear it.
Well, if they're gated, it's gated across the road, so it isn't walkable. You have to walk around the gate.
Well, those gates can be designed in a way that will allow pretty much anything other than cars to get through. And so if it's a matter of a design consideration, that's what I would suggest, that it not be something that provides a barricade and a barrier to people, but that it does prevent cars from going through with a gate that can, be opened and closed by the fire department only, or other emergency vehicles.
So the fire department was very specific about the gates, but in the spirit of compromise, I do agree with you. Leading it to be a pedestrian connection, biking connection, we do see those things as being desirable in these types of communities. I think we would be okay going back to the fire department with some proposed alternatives for gates that would allow more direct pedestrian use of this area. Right? Yeah, we would.
And I might just suggest if they don't, if they're not happy with compromising, you could potentially put a little sidewalk type deal for bikes and pedestrians to get around the gates.
All right. Any other thoughts on that, or any other elements that people want to bring up?
Could I ask one more thing?
Sure.
And I apologize if you talked about it last month and I missed it. I had asked about the visitor parking for all of those units. Is pretty much all the way at the end there. And I was curious as to why that's not spread out more.
Between our initial submission and our second submission, we actually added an additional 15 visitor spaces, bringing the count from 32 to 47. One of the other things that we had talked about as I pulled up was the amount of parking this type of community provides with respect to the garages and driveways, which isn't actually counted in the visitor parking spaces but does exist. So for instance, one of the things the board asked us to do for the last meeting was take a look at what the garage spaces actually look like. There's a total of 113 garages for a total of 204 spaces in garages. We've only counted 56 garages, or 89 spaces towards our parking provided. As far as driveway spaces, there's an additional 192. And I also want to point out, we believe, based on our experience, there is more than adequate parking. These are the type of developments that Toll Brothers develops. We've done this in other communities. We actually have a higher percentage of visitor spaces here than we've done in other communities. And even Dutchess County recognized that this site might be actually overparked. That was one of the comments from their memo. But we did hear the board's concerns, and we did work hard to put in additional spaces, particularly down in this area of the site. We also added on the other side additional two-space parking areas in between units. We were able to pick up an additional 15 spaces for a total of 47 visitor spaces.
Well, the people that live all the way on the east end of this are going to park out in front of their house when there's no place, when their driveway is full, they're going to park in the street. Because nobody's going to walk that far to those visitor spots.
And you're talking about in here on this end?
Yeah, on either one, quite frankly, on either one of those roads. They will park in the road because they park. I live in a community like this, and they don't walk to visitor spots even when they're a lot closer to than that. They'll park in the road, and You know, you talk about the concern with the fire department. You put a couple of cars along the side of that street, those trucks barely make it.
I mean, we've certainly talked about visitor spaces before. One of the things that I found that Toll Brothers doesn't get enough credit for is they actually do wider driveways in their townhome developments, and that is to allow the 2 cars to park. And based on their experience, that usually does provide sufficient parking. I mean,
They're gonna park in the Hammerhead, is where they're gonna park. If they live on the other end of that, is where they're gonna park.
If they do, the fire department will probably tow them away. Now, the HOAs definitely have a role and responsibility to play in this kind of enforcement of rules and regulations. And if people are parking in areas they're not supposed to be parking in, they should take care of that. We have that happen in our development, which is also similar townhouse development. And even residents who are told in their bylaws not to use visitor spaces, but to use just blank spaces, they'll use visitor spaces until and unless they're, fined or towed away. And that doesn't happen too often, actually.
Well, my concern is that we should address it now instead of letting something that we quite frankly both have experience with being a problem later become a problem for an HOA. And I don't think, in my experience, that the way those visitor spaces are there, and I think you have added some since the beginning there, having them all grouped together on one end is a solution to a problem that's going to exist. And they will park in the Hammerhead, and it sets up the community before a shovel is in the ground to have a problem.
we hear your concern, and I'll certainly review with our client and see if there's anything we can do.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, a couple of things that I noticed. So there are some degree of lighting details, but we need to make sure that all lighting fixtures are downlit and dark sky compliant and meet the town's code requirements for lighting. So I think we need a little bit more in the way of details and specs for those. We've had a chance to look at the architectural and building designs. I don't particularly have a problem with them. We do typically need actual sample boards of materials, colors, textures. So what you provided in the plans was good, but we actually need physical sample boards at some point before approvals. And the landscaping plan, again, was provided, I think, way back at the December meeting. So I thought they looked, good, certainly adequate. I don't know if any other board members have any comments on those things.
If I may ask one question, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
With respect to lighting, we went back to Central Hudson on the type of streetlights.
I saw that, yeah.
We're in a bit of a catch-22, is we don't get to pick the lights. They're actually provided to us. We can certainly provide this board with the spec. We can certainly advocate for dark sky compliant. But Toll Brothers did reach out to Central Hudson to try and get more information. We'll do our best to provide it, but, if we can't control what Central Hudson does, we're kind of in an awkward spot.
Well, maybe you could help convince Central Hudson to use modern, up-to-date standards for lighting, and that includes dark sky compliant fixtures. The town doesn't have those as actual design guidelines in our town code for nothing. I understand Central Hudson is a utility and difficult to regulate utilities, but they also, boy, when you look at all the messages they send out to users, and all the great ideas they have for energy conservation and good appliances and fixtures, well, let's put it back to them.
We have no problem with the old college try,
All right, that's all we can ask.
and we will.
Okay, well, if there aren't any other questions or comments, let's get back to that seeker question. So I think although we can't declare ourselves as lead agency tonight, we can anticipate that at the upcoming meeting in April. And if our consultants think it's appropriate to have draft EAF and determinations of significance ready for the April meeting, we could do both. We could first declare ourselves as lead agency and then go to draft seeker documents for the board's review at that meeting. So does that sound like an idea?
Yeah, I see no reason not to proceed in that direction.
Dominic, are you okay with that?
Oh, I agree. And like I said before, just because they're prepared doesn't mean they have to be adopted. And of course, they'll be reviewed by the board, and the board can take any up-to-date information that the applicant provides at that time in its consideration in making its determination of significance. The one question I did have is that in the town code for site plan reviews, it does indicate that the board is to make its findings on a preliminary application within 62 days of closing the public hearing. There's case law out there that says that 62 days doesn't run until you've made your determination of significance. But I was wondering if it's the board's practice to get the applicant to waive making that determination, or do you acknowledge the fact that it's not running because there hasn't been a determination of significance yet?
Well, I think we would acknowledge that the time frame hasn't started running yet for that 62 days, but if we get to April 14th, which is just
correct,
a month away from, a little more than a month away from today, and we find that we're running into that kind of a problem, we could have a conversation, I think, at that point.
Yes, thank you. It's really more for my education than
Yeah,
anything else.
Yeah, but it's, by practice, we've tried to obviously meet that 62-day requirement, and again, as you say, if we're not satisfied that the seeker determination can be made in April because either, a lack of some responses to some of what we've talked about tonight, which might be environmental issues, we can, visit that at that point. So would someone like to make a motion regarding the preparation of draft EAF Parts 2 and 3 and draft determination of environmental significance for the Van Wyck Muse amended site development plan for the board's consideration at the April 14th, 2022 meeting?
So moved.
Suzanne moves that. Is there a second?
Second.
Bridget? Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Oh, yes, we have one recusal, which is an abstention. So that passes 6-0 with one abstention. Okay.
Thank you very much, and we'll
All right.
work on the comments we heard.
Okay, we'll see you next month. Next project review is Walmart Fishkill MFC Market Fulfillment Center expansion. Amended site development plan, board to review submission made by applicant's representative on February 23rd, 2022. All right. We have the site plan up there on the screen. Welcome back.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Mark Talbert with Dewberry, and we are the civil engineers for the project and also the applicant. I am happy to go through the comment response letter if that's would be helpful, or if you've reviewed that and just have any questions, I'm happy to answer those. However you would like me to proceed, I'll be happy to do so.
Yeah, maybe just, without going through all the responses, maybe have the plans been updated since the last time we talked to you, and just maybe give us a quick glimpse of that.
Okay. The bigger things that we talked about at the last meeting, and noted it was in the latest letter from the engineer also, was again parking. We are removing spaces from where the building expansion is proposed. That's the demolition plan. Here is the proposed site plan. So this area here is the proposed expansion. So there are some parking stalls there that are being removed. And I think the discussion at the last meeting was just to speak with Walmart to make sure that, as far as operationally, that they were good with the amount of spaces that are being proposed. I've done that several times since. We've had several meetings specific to the parking with our project manager with Walmart, and that reduction is acceptable to them, based on how this expansion and what's associated with it will operate, the number of parking stalls is appropriate and adequate for what they need. Other items, just kind of hitting some of the high points. We did call out some bicycle parking in the front drive, or I'm sorry, on the front sidewalk near the entrance. Still waiting on the lighting design, the architectural plans, and the MEP drawings are a couple months behind the civil, so we're still waiting on a few of those items as it pertains to the specifics of the lighting design. Again, we've forwarded the comments and the specifications on to the architect's lighting vendor, and that is to be included in their design. We did rearrange or show some existing impervious area being removed and turned back to pervious based on stormwater management. SWIP was also included in this latest submittal. And for the stormwater management, we are able to basically have a net zero increase of impervious. Anything that was taken out is being replaced elsewhere. And as far as stormwater management, a little hard to see on, well, it's really hard to see on that plan because it's not on there. It's a little easier to see on this one. Kind of in the center here, and it's again hard to read at this scale, but that note right there, we are proposing 2 Filterra units to handle some of the water quality items as it relates to stormwater management. So that is one of the revisions to the plan. Another thing that was discussed last time, and I think again is in the comments, is the existing water line and what we're doing with that. I assume what was constructed is a PVC line with tracer wire, and I don't know if the tracer wire is broken, but our utility locator basically lost the signal. So what we have shown is what they located, and then based on old utility drawings and just kind of making some estimates based on what we see on the ground, what we have shown is, short of digging it up, our best kind of compilation of data to show that. Now, we do have notes on the drawing that the contractor is to field locate, field verify those locations and notify us, as soon as that happens. So we're not able to nail down all of the exact location now, again, without excavating, but we are directing them based on the data that we have on how to relocate that around the proposed expansion. And then again, we do have a new hydrant that's proposed down in the front parking lot. Again, if there's something specific, I'm happy to speak to that. I think those are the kind of the big ticket items that we discussed last time. I think I mentioned the SWIP was included. But again, if there are questions about the comment responses, happy to go through those. And likewise, happy to go through the comments that were received earlier this week.
Yeah, why don't we do that now? John, why don't you go through your engineering memo?
Sure. Lighting and parking were mentioned. Those were comments that came from county planning, something that the board should discuss because especially the parking, they're per code, they're supposed to have over 1,000 parking spaces. Currently, there are 823, and when they're done with this, it's going to be reduced to 735. It sounds like they've talked to Walmart, and did you happen to get anything back in writing from them to the effect that the parking will work at that count?
Basically, I've got an email from the project manager that says, yeah, it's tight, but let's proceed.
Okay, I don't know if that's something the board would like to see.
I can request something more detailed if that would be
Yeah, let me
helpful.
comment on that, because I remember we talked about this, and the board had basically asked for more of a parking analysis, not so much just whether Walmart is okay with it, but, and I'm sure they wouldn't be okay with it if it wouldn't work, but just to make that kind of a reduction, the board would need to see a parking analysis that would really show how, projections for how reduced parking will work on the site. So like, past use of spaces on the site, how peak times of use for parking, how the parking on the overall planned shopping center district fits in with what's happening on Walmart, because obviously if there can be shared parking between the two uses, that's a good way to accommodate it, but that would probably need some kind of cross-access agreements and easements, which probably there already are, but probably need to be supplemented in some way for parking use.
Okay.
So that kind of thing. So really more of an analysis of what the parking situation has been, is, and projected into the future with the reduction.
Okay.
So beyond that, we have no issue with how their approach to deal with stormwater. We've just asked them to provide a little bit more detail on some of the features that are proposed on the plan.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
That's okay.
The may not have seen it, but that detail is included in this set already.
The fill tower?
For the fill terrace.
Okay.
It's on sheet C 6.1.
Well, actually, we didn't ask for a detail for the fill tower unit. It was the
comment number 5.
Oh, right. So that is the bioretention unit.
And then number 4, the trench, the truck well drain also is something we can add.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, we can do that. I think that's typically on the architecture plan, but we can grab that detail and show it on our set.
All right, great. And then regarding the water line, we understand that, sometimes you just can't figure out where it's going until you get it in the ground. So we would just ask that you add some notation to the plans stating that when the contractor locates the water line, if any revisions need to be made to the utilities,
absolutely,
that the town be notified so that we can all be on the same page going forward. I think that'll adequately address that. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Any questions from board members or comments or suggestions?
I do.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. So, I brought up in January about the situation with the bus stop. The county brought it up in their planning memo, and then I brought it up, the last couple of times. I probably spent too much time at Walmart. I've noticed people waiting at that bus stop when the snow's plowed up on those curbs, and they're waiting in the street, and watched an elderly man in a wheelchair try to get on that bus, and they were literally in the middle of the street. I understand that the current one may be on Sam's property, and although I thought you guys were married, I guess you're not. I wonder if you have, or someone has in fact met with Dutchess County Transit to look at locating a bus stop that is appropriately designed for access and safety of the people waiting that are quite frankly coming out of Walmart. It's great that we have bike parking, but I don't see a lot of bikes parked outside of Walmart. I see a lot of people, and I know personally that these people are coming from Poughkeepsie on the bus, and that's not a safe situation for them. And I strongly feel that it needs to be addressed, and needs to be addressed on this project.
So just for clarity, is your comment that the stop be removed from its current location and relocated?
And relocated to someplace where it's designed appropriately as a bus stop where people can wait safely. Because that is, I don't know how it ended up where it is now, but it's a horrendous location. And again, it may be on Sam's property, but my observation is most of the people that are taking advantage of that bus stop and public transportation are coming out of Walmart.
Okay, I can certainly take that back.
And I would reach out to Mike Routini, and I'm sure you come down, and there's a lot of property there to put a bus stop on.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Better location and safer design, and possibly if it's going to be relocated, it's an opportunity to maybe have a, more nicer looking, up-to-date facility that might be able to accommodate more people actually under the shelter.
And what's there is just not safe.
Very good points. Anything else, Bridget?
Nope, that was it. Thank you.
Anthony?
I don't believe you mentioned the Rombout Fire District letter that we received on March 8th about how
Right.
the
I'm sure Anthony will mention it, though.
Well, I don't think I heard it. It's been a long day.
No, you didn't hear
But
it.
the Rombout Fire District has not met with the applicant about the hydrant location, so that.
Right, there was some confusion on the communication there. We reached out and got some information. We haven't submitted plans, so we will do that. We've actually been trying to get in touch with them since we got that letter on the 8th and hadn't been able to yet, but we'll provide them with drawings and allow them opportunity to comment on that location. Absolutely.
And then another question about the Filterra system. On your plan, you have the storm drainage that goes to the two Filterra systems. They're very small. You can't even really see them on the plan.
Right.
I don't see any outlets coming from those. Is the intent, what is the intent of that?
Yeah, so the way those work, and Matt, you correct me if I'm wrong, but the way those units work is they are to be used in conjunction with the curb inlet. So this particular location where we have it shown, that curb inlet is the low spot, so water would come to that from both sides. That's why we've got a Filterra on either side of that. The intention is Filterra looks like a curb inlet, and except it has a grate and a tree in it with some bio media that is used to filter the water. And what happens, that first flush that runs through the parking lot enters the Filterra. Once it fills up, then basically it bypasses and goes into the curb inlet that's there. There is a drain in the bottom, so as that first flush is filtered through, it is drained into to the inlet and then on into the storm sewer. So that's the intent of why those are located there, and and how those function. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, good. Is that right, Matt? Okay.
Or did you just make it up?
It sounded good.
It's pretty close, if that's, you know.
Okay. Anything else, Anthony?
No.
Felix?
I'm good.
Down on this end, anybody? So you did mention that the vendor is working on the site lighting plans. We definitely will need that as soon as possible so that we can, that'll be part of the seeker review.
Okay.
We'll also need a planting plan. It's going to be pretty basic because it's really just in the planting islands that are being relocated, but how that's going to work and what types of plants are going to go in there. I think that's about it as far as, we already talked about the parking analysis, which also will be part of the seeker review. So we really, I don't think, can make any substantial more progress on the seeker determination until we get those materials.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. I would add, along the lines of the discussion regarding the reduction in the number of parking spaces, is the code is actually very clear that the board has the ability to waive parking requirements, but it has to do so based on a satisfactory showing from the applicant that it's an appropriate amount. So there does need to be some analysis in order for the board to make its determination in connection with that.
Understood. Okay.
All right. Well, if anyone has any more questions, this will be the time for tonight. Otherwise, we can continue this at the next opportunity. So, I'd suggest that, obviously we like having you here, but unless you have, these things ready for us to review and comment on, it would be better to have a more completed status application. So if you're not ready by the submission date for April, then
Sure.
we should wait.
Sure.
Okay. I think that's probably about all we can do tonight.
All right. Thank you very much.
Good night.
Thank you for coming.
Hey, John, my watch has told me to stand 3 times. Can we, have a break?
Oh, feel free to stand up. Do other people want to take a short break? And I mean,
Please.
like 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
5 minutes tops.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to start it up at 9:25 regardless. All right, the next project review is Healy Hyundai Amended Site Development Plan. Board to review submission made by the applicant's representative on February 23rd, 2022. Draft full environmental assessment form, Part 2, Part 3, and draft negative declaration.
John, we have a
And
recusal.
Bridget Anderson is recusing herself on this application.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening. How are you? Mark Day, representing Healy Hyundai. The changes that we've made since the last application.
Excuse me, Mark, could we just pull that mic in front of you?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Yep, sorry. The changes that we made since the last time we were in front of the board was we added the vegetation. Sorry, yeah, I think it's that. Keep going. We moved the landscaping further up the hill behind, as we discussed with the board last time. We also added some evergreens, there you go, up front in the area that we discussed with the board. As you can see, we moved a lot of the vegetation off of Old Glenham up the hill, we think to better hide the parking area in the back. And we added the additional landscaping coming around the west side of the parking area up there. Those are the substantial changes. We've received the comments, we take no exception with them, and just really would like to advance the ball if we could.
All right. Anything else we should know before we move on to ask John to review his engineering memo?
No, I didn't want to waste the board's time. We totally agree with John's comments and concur.
All right, well, John, why don't you just very quickly go through what you think are the highlights of your memo?
Okay, yeah. Many of our comments are repeats from previous memos, and I know Mark is aware of what needs to be done. I think they're just looking to get a little further along in the process before going to the health department and items such as that. One of the big changes from last month, they did submit a revised traffic impact study. In our memo dated March 7th, we had a comment that essentially said there was just one comment regarding site access, which was still outstanding, but the DOT, we then received a copy of DOT correspondence. We sent that to our traffic expert, and that satisfied that comment. So even though our memo references that, we also provided a memo from Jennifer Mishnevich, who all of her comments have now been addressed. So as far as we're concerned, the traffic impact study is completely within DOT's purview at this point. I don't think there's anything else we really need to, we've asked for a couple notes to be added to the plan, stating that the gravel parking area in the back shall never be paved. All existing vegetation in areas that are not to be disturbed shall remain. But other than that, most of the comments you've heard before having to do with water sewer details, and the lot consolidation, which they will do at the end of the process if and when they get there.
Oh, John, so you mentioned something about the sign being possibly not conforming to the town code section. I don't remember if we talked about this before, but had we ever gotten any input from Joel Petrus on the sign design or size or anything like that?
No, sir. Other than what you saw, that we have no comment, no.
Yeah.
No, sir.
So, I mean, it's not a minor detail, but it's not like something to hold things up, but is that something that you could check with Joel on?
Yep, I just noted it, yep.
All right, let's see. Yeah, I reviewed the traffic impact study revision, and I reviewed Jennifer's memorandum, and it all looks like it's matching up pretty well, coming together pretty well. So, so let me just confirm. So that traffic study did identify the need for a turning lane. So it's DOT is going to want to see it as a two-way turning lane with probably some small degree of widening of Route 52 to get
Correct.
it in.
I mean,
I
defer to...
Why don't we talk about that a little bit, as well as the possible relocation of the western access drive approximately 75 feet to the west?
Yeah, so we did revise our traffic study, like everybody's mentioned. We prepared a concept plan for the left turn lane. I should take a step back. This traffic study included an analysis for the need for the left turn lane. That indicated that it was required. Based on that, we provided a concept for the left turn lane. We identified it to be a two-way left turn lane, similar to what's just to the east along 52 there. DOT agreed with that concept, and that's what they have indicated they would like to see. They also indicated in their letter that they are okay with the driveways as they were proposed in the locations that they were proposed. So we're not going to move them. We're going to leave them where they are. Oh. And that part of that is actually because we're going to provide that two-way left turn lane. And the only other comment that they had there was they want to see, and this will be part of the details of the design of that left turn lane, but they want to see a truck turning diagram for the vehicle, the trucks turning out of the left turn lane. That actually may allow us to maybe narrow the width of that western driveway slightly. So that would be the reason for that. So.
Okay. All right, and actually it was good that you added the interchange at 84, because I didn't even realize that DOT had a project in mind there where they're going to change the turning signals and do some other, related improvements. So it was interesting to see that.
Yeah, that project actually has some pedestrian improvements at those ramps and upgrading, fully replacing the signals that are there. So that I think that work is actually projected to be done by the end of the summer. So. But
that updated impact study did indicate that the levels of service would remain basically as they are now at the 84 interchanges.
Right, and we don't have all the information on as far as the timings of the signals after the improvements are done. That is just not available yet, but DOT will certainly be timing those to accommodate the projected traffic there.
Good, okay. Thank you. Any questions from board members on either the traffic study or anything else that we've been talking about or looking at?
No, Mr. Chairman. You took it away. The one question I did have was about the sign, the signage, but you addressed that. I do like the improvements with the landscaping. That's great. But the signage was my question.
Okay. Well, we do have the draft EAF Part 2 and a draft negative declaration to look at, so we can get to that in a second. So one question comes to mind on the car storage area in the R20 zone. And I'm just wondering whether there have been any other thoughts or ideas about that area.
Internally, we have discussed removing 47 parking spaces along the rear of that parking area up on the hill. Oh yeah, perfect. Yes, what Ken's doing. That area, we'll be removing 47 parking spaces from that site.
So is that a proposal that you're making to do that modification?
That actually came about after we made the submission, so we weren't able to put it on this submittal.
Well, that's okay. It's good to hear about it. So how would that affect like the overall design of that area in terms of like where landscaping would go, that type of thing? The overall footprint of the footprint of the disturbed area.
A lot of that, what you see is that's in the grading line, so I don't know that it would reduce the impact. I think by just moving it back, like I said, it's along the lines of regrading, so. We could certainly try to adjust the planting up the hill to, close it up a wee bit.
Yeah, and I'm wondering whether there might be an opportunity for a slightly less area of tree cutting even. It's not a huge amount of space. I can see, the parking spaces would be about 18 feet plus or minus depth, but still it might be an opportunity to save a couple of extra trees in there.
I agree.
Well, I think that's something good to hear and good to consider. I think as we talk about the environmental assessment form part 2 and the draft neg deck, we can, try to figure out how we can think about that possible reduction in the storage area. Well, why don't we get to the draft EAF part 2 and go through that? I think what would be good is if we can, and this really would be for the planning board members to take note of, to really go through it in as much detail as we can or as we want, without overextending the amount of time that it'll take. But I think it's pretty important to go through this in as much detail as we can. So you want to get us started, John? And Dominic, if you can help us even get through this?
Yeah, sure. So we prepared the draft, and I want to stress that it is just a draft. This ultimately will be the board's document. So anything that we may have checked off as a potential impact, and if the board doesn't agree, this is your opportunity to make the document support your feelings. So with that said, looking at the part 2, the first item is impact on land. We did check that, yes, and noted that there are potential small impacts for items A and B, and that would be the action involves construction on land where depth to water table is less than 3 feet, and the action involves construction on slopes of 15% or greater. So if the board agrees, we can move on. If there's items you want to discuss further, we should do that now.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty straightforward, and if there's anything we need to, if and when we get to the draft neg deck, we can think about adding anything if anyone has any ideas. But I think for purposes of the EAF, that's pretty good. If anyone has any objections, we can talk about it more. Otherwise, we could move on to the next categories.
Yeah.
Sound good? Okay.
It's pretty loud already, I can't, we have it on the loudest we can get it.
But they need to speak into the speaker. If they speak into
Yeah, we're trying. Thank you.
He's trying.
Thank you. Please don't interrupt anymore.
Okay, item number 2, impact on geological features. We checked that off as no.
Yeah.
Any discussion on that? Item 3, impacts on surface water. We checked that as yes, with one item checked as a potential small impact, and that's item D. The proposed action may involve construction within or adjoining a freshwater or tidal wetland or in the bed or banks of any other water body. I mean, obviously, there are some wetlands on the site, but they're doing their best to mitigate with the construction adjacent to them. So if we're in agreement on that.
Any comments in particular on the wetland or any of these other categories that were checked? No?
No.
Okay.
All right. Number 4, impact on groundwater. We checked that no. The site is served by municipal services, so water will be supplied from the village of Fishkill, and wastewater will be disposed of similarly to the village of Fishkill.
I think that's probably pretty straightforward.
Number 5, impact on flooding. No, there's no floodplain here. 6, impacts on air. We checked that, no. If you look through the items that they list for potential impacts, a use like this doesn't really fit.
I guess just one question might come up, and that is, you know, with automobile exhaust and at any points, whether there might be any, you know, concentrations, because there might be a number of automobiles with engines on at the same time. I don't know that that would rise to any level of significance, but it's really more of a question, I guess, than anything else. I don't know if the applicant would like to have any input on that one. And yeah, feel free while we're going through this, if you have any comments or ideas, to chime in.
I totally agree. I don't know that you're going to cross a threshold. It's difficult to measure, as we all know, but certainly these aren't the cars of old. So I don't think you have, you know, I actually don't think you're going to have an impact.
Anyone else have any thoughts on that?
Well, it would have to rise to a level of significant adverse impact.
Right.
You know.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Shall we move on to the next one?
That would be number 7, impacts on plants and animals. We did check that, yes, with the potentially moderate to large impact. Item B, proposed action may result in the reduction or degradation of any habitat used by any rare, threatened, and endangered species as listed by the New York State or the federal government. And that, of course, is due to the potential for Indiana bat habitat. So that is why we checked it that way.
Yeah, so I think it's appropriate to have that marked in that moderate to large category, although I think we do address that in the draft neg deck a little bit more detail, so we can get to that when we get to that.
So we're good there? Mm-hmm. All right. Item 8, impact on agricultural resources. We checked that, no. There's no ag lands here. Item 9, impact on aesthetic resources. We also checked that, no. If you read through the items that they list, there's really nothing that would apply to this particular project. So if we agree, item 10, impact on historic and archaeological resources, we checked that, yes. Potential small impact to under subheading B, the proposed action may occur wholly or partially within or substantially contiguous to an area designated as sensitive for archaeological sites. New York State Historic Preservation Office Archaeological Site Inventory. We checked that off because of the presence of the Kip House across the street, which has been brought up during the public meetings. The applicants did do their due diligence. They went through the phase 1 process and got a determination from SHPO that there would not be any impacts. But if the project were to be built in a way where they didn't provide proper erosion control, there could be potential impacts to the property across the street. So that's why we listed it as a small impact, because they provided plans that won't allow that to happen.
And also, I think we do make note in the draft neg deck that a Phase 1A and 1B or archaeological study was done on the site, and Chip Oak came up with their recommendation of no significant impacts on archaeological resources. So I think that probably is also why we want to check it as small but not none.
And then if you go to the next page, under D, we did add there specifically that the proposed action is substantially contiguous to a building designated as historically significant by the Town of Fishkill Town Board as depicted on the adopted historic cultural resources map. So there we actually checked it out as a potential moderate to large impact because of the town's designation. And under item E, number 3, we also checked that as potentially moderate to large. That reads, the proposed action may result in the introduction of visual elements which are out of character with the site or property or may alter its setting.
Any thoughts on that, anyone? I tend to agree with those.
Yeah, that sounds good to me, yeah.
Okay.
All right, number 11, impact on open space and recreation. We checked that no. It doesn't really apply to this particular project. Same for number 12, impact on critical environmental areas. It's a no.
It's a no.
13, impact on transportation. We checked that yes. And under F, it lists other impacts, and what we were put there was the proposed action will result in the construction of parking areas that could accommodate the cumulative parking of over 500 vehicles at one time.
We should add the turn lane, the potential left turn lane impact to a state road.
And you would add that under that same,
I guess other, yeah.
So turning lane to be added to state road is what you want to add. Sounds good.
all right, we're good there. Impact on energy, that's a no. It doesn't really, if you read through the items, it wouldn't really apply to this project. 15, impact on noise, odor, and light. We checked that yes. Small to moderate impact. For A, the proposed action may produce sound above noise levels established by local regulation. Nice.
Or actually small, no or small impact, I guess. Yeah.
Correct. And then on the following page, also small or no impact. Proposed action may result in light shining onto adjoining properties. The proposed action may result in lighting, creating sky glow brighter than existing area conditions.
Yep, I would agree with those.
Okay, number 16, impact on human health. We checked that no. Number 17, consistency with community plans. We checked that yes. And a few we checked as moderate, potentially moderate to large impacts. A, the proposed action's land use components may be different from or in sharp contrast to current surrounding land use patterns. C, the proposed action is inconsistent with local land use plans or zoning regulations. And D, the the proposed action is inconsistent with any county plans or other regional land use plans. And there we noted the county greenway connection.
Yes, I think that's appropriate.
And then item 18, consistency with community character, we checked that, yes. For small to no impact, item B, the proposed action may create a demand for additional community services. Further down, both E and F we checked as potential moderate to large. The proposed action is inconsistent with the predominant architectural scale and character. And the proposed action is inconsistent with the character of the existing natural landscape.
And I think that F1 especially is relevant to the downhill side near Old Glenham Road.
So that's the end of the part 2.
So you know what I would suggest doing in this case, instead of going right to, consideration of approving the EAF Part 2 and 3, why don't we go to the draft neg deck and go through that, and that'll fill in some details where we can, go back and forth between the two if we need to. Does that sound all right?
Sounds good to me. You don't need me to repeat the description of the action. I think
No.
I think we've heard that plenty of times.
Yeah.
We all know the location. Okay, so let's start with the reasons for supporting this determination if adopted. Item number 1, the proposed action will disturb approximately 7.8 acres of the site. Although 4.2 acres of the developed site will be impervious, the remaining, or approximately 61%, will be pervious area consisting of lawn, landscaped area, gravel area, and existing vegetation, including a wetland. A preliminary SWIP has been submitted for the proposed project. The site development has been situated to maintain existing drainage patterns where possible. The plans include provisions for water quantity and quality control in conformance with current regs, and the stormwater management measures indicated on the plans and incorporated into the project design include both temporary and permanent measures to address water quantity, quality, and erosion and sediment control. Properly implemented, the proposed measures reduce the likelihood of any adverse impact occurring. Number 2, the project site includes a portion of a small federal wetland area which will not be impacted by the proposed project. And then we refer to the SWIP, which further protects the wetland as well as off-site receptors with proper erosion and sediment control. Number 3, approximately 2.4 acres of wooded area will be removed, which may adversely impact the federally threatened Indiana bat if not done at the appropriate time, as discussed in the Threatened and Endangered Species Habitat report submitted by the applicant. Notation is included on the utility and grading plan stating that tree clearing shall only occur between October 15th and March 31st due to potential Indiana bat roosting areas. Number 4, the site is adjacent to an area designated as sensitive for archaeological sites on the SHPO maps. However, none of the historic areas on the site, there should be no adverse impact to the historic site as summarized in the Phase 1 archaeological investigation submitted by the applicant. OPRHP issued a letter dated September 27, 21, stating that it is the opinion of the OPRHP that no properties including archaeological and/or historic resources listed in or eligible for New York State and National Registers of Historic Places, will be impacted by the project. Number 5, the proposed action will result in an increase in noise pollution during the construction phase. However, this will be mitigated by the fact that construction will be temporary. All work will follow requirements of the town zoning code, adhering to working hours between 7 a.m. and 8 p.m. After construction, noise generated by the development will be consistent with other similar uses in the project area along Route 52. 6, the proposed use of the site is in contrast to the residential uses surrounding it. However, the site has been a commercial car dealership for many years. The size of the proposed parking area and number of cars that could be parked there is unusually large for a residential area. 7, the Hendrick Kip House on Old Glenham Road is officially recognized by the town of Fishkill as historic per Town of Fishkill Code Chapter 150-137. Dutchess County also recognizes the site as historic by their inclusion of a historical marker at the site and street signs near the intersection of Old Glenham Road and Route 52. Further, the history of the site was recognized in a January 20, 2015 article in the Poughkeepsie Journal by Anthony Musso. Light pollution and stormwater runoff could potentially impact the property if not properly installed and managed. And finally, number 8, the proposed action will not result in any impacts on geological features, flooding, or groundwater, air, agricultural, aesthetic, open spaces, and recreation and energy sources, or transportation systems, or human health. And that's the end of the document.
Okay. Any additional thoughts from board members first, and then I want to ask Dominic a question.
I think number 5, after construction, noise generated by the development will be consistent with other similar uses in the project area. I think it'll be increased, but I think we also talked about putting restrictions on times of when the site can be used for, dropping off vehicles, bringing vehicles to the site to mitigate that noise increase. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, but that's...
Yeah, I understand what you said. I do remember we did talk about that too.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that probably would be a good addition of language to address that.
And number 6, I mean, the number of cars that could be parked there is unusually large. No mitigation necessarily offered there, so.
Well, so that's really the question I wanted to ask Dominic. So we did hear from the applicant tonight that it's hard to call it a mitigation because it's more like a proposal to modify the plan to reduce the number of parking spaces in the storage area. And so I guess my question would be, how do we mesh the new, basically the first time we heard that was tonight, how we can fold that in as we're considering the adoption of the neg deck. See if you had any thoughts on that, Dominic.
Yes, as Mr. Day mentioned, the applicant is proposing to remove 47 parking spaces, as I understand it, that are along the south of the proposed project. If the board, I mean, that is being offered as a way to mitigate, for lack of a better term, impact on the surrounding residential neighborhood. If the board is satisfied with that proposal, the negative declaration could include a statement to the effect that before consideration of preliminary approval, the plans will be revised to reflect that reduction in parking spaces. is one option for the board to consider. There are other options. I mean, you are entitled to see those plans before making any further determination on it. It depends on whether or not the board is satisfied with the representation that's been made here tonight.
I don't know, I mean, the other impacts that were described here seem to have some sort of explanation or resolution or of mitigation. Sure, they're proposing a reduction, but it's still an unusually, in my mind, I am not convinced that significant impact it's significant to me, so
Well, you know, it gets into an interesting area, if I may, because the general focus of seeker is to mitigate impacts on certain identified receptors. It is not always intended to mitigate impacts, from adjacent residential uses, especially if you're talking about visual impacts, which is the primary impact here. This is not a scenic corridor, if you will, where there's specific concerns and authority given to the planning board to have additional mitigation measures. I think I would characterize this as being a mitigation that the applicant is proposing to minimize their impact to the surrounding residential uses. This unfortunately is often a case where you see, where you have an industrial or commercial use that happens to abut residential uses. And the question is, what is a reasonable amount of effort that's made to minimize those impacts to the residential use? It's not so much a legal call. It's actually going to be a board's determination as to whether or not you're satisfied that what is being proposed is appropriate for the area. That said, there's also some limitation that's placed on the board because the determination has been made by the building inspector that this is an allowable accessory use of that area. So you have to work within those confines.
Yeah, and I see Mr.
I must have said something wrong.
No. I was going to say another way to look at it is, because I'm picking more up on you're saying it just for parallel construction of how all the other conditions are written. So I'm picking up on that theme, and I think one way you can address that in 6 is by saying, the applicant has provided a significant landscape plan, which we have done. So if you're looking for what's that counterbalance, I think, whether that's sufficient or not, I'll let the board talk about it. But what I was getting at is there's this not only removing the row, but we also have a significant amount of landscaping, and a lot of time was spent whether that landscaping should be down at Glenham or back up on the hillside. So I think that's how you did take the hard look at the issue, and that is how it's being addressed. I also think that whether it belongs in .5 or .6, what we had previously offered were hours of usage of that area between 7 a.m. and 8 p.m. I think you may have been looking for that timeline. So just some thoughts as you're thinking about it, if just from parallel construction standpoint.
I do think number 6 needs to be updated to describe how the parking area being unusually large is being addressed. That 6 does not address that when the other notes do. So at the meta minimum, I think we need to at least clearly document those things because it's not happening here right now.
Well, we also got to we met with the neighbors. We met with them about the landscaping that we're showing. So it wasn't like we did this in a vacuum. We did meet with them, and you have to measure that as mitigation. And I think you've seen correspondence from the neighbors saying that they're satisfied with the landscaping that we've provided. So that being said, I think it is a form of mitigation.
I guess what I was trying to get at too when I was asking you, Dominic, is I'd like to see if we can fold in some language in number 6 regarding, as well as the and whether we call it significant landscaping or substantial landscaping or adequate landscaping to screen the car parking area from adjacent residences, to say something about the proposal now that we're hearing for reducing the number of spaces in the car storage area.
I mean, the answer to that is yes. I mean, we can modify the language that's in the draft negative declaration to indicate that the applicant has now proposed to remove those 47 spaces, and that the plans will be revised, including additional landscaping to the board's requirements prior to the consideration of any preliminary approval. You can. So I think the answer to your question.
So I think we should do that. My only question with that is really whether we're, in a sense, getting around use of the term a condition neg deck on a type 1 action, if you know what I'm saying.
Can we make it clear we volunteered that?
Yeah, so, right, so,
yes.
Wait, but so my question on
that
that is the timing. The fact that we don't yet have a plan for it. We do have a statement here at the meeting tonight that the applicant is proposing that as a mitigating measure, as Dominic had said. I would use more of a term as a method of
Further reduction.
Of impacts on the surrounding neighborhood.
So the relevant area of environmental concern was identified. A hard look was taken at it by the board, and the amelioration and took the form of a landscape plan being submitted. Consideration was given for whether placement of that landscaping in the most robust way to soften the visual effect. And the applicant has also volunteered to reduce the last row by 47 spaces. The board also received an email from the most directly affected neighbor as to feeling that the plantings along their property line were sufficiently robust. So I think all those things show that the board is taking a hard look at this area of concern, and found with the plans that have been submitted and the volunteered further reduction during the course of the evening, suitably handled. So something like that. I saw you writing. I was trying to get there, but I know over to my right, I think there was somebody maybe writing as well.
So maybe? I think, Dominic, maybe we would look to you for coming up with some possible language based on what we've just been talking about. I just was scribbling some notes, but it's not.
Yeah.
Not sufficient, I don't think.
Well, we do get paid by the word as attorneys, so
by the letter,
or sometimes it seems that way. I think I prefer simple and straightforward as possible is best, but we could certainly amend the language in the negative declaration to reflect what has been volunteered by the applicant. I think to get to your question that you were driving at as to whether or not this would be a conditioned negative declaration, I don't believe that it would be. Like in my mind, what a conditioned negative declaration is that let's say it happens sometimes in connection with the State Historic Preservation Office, to use an example, is that all other technical issues have been resolved, but an applicant may not have heard yet a response from the State Historic Preservation Office, and so the board sometimes may, not this board, but a board might be in a position to adopt a negative declaration subject to hearing from some other third party. I think the revision to a negative declaration by this board that is subject to plans being presented that are cognizable, that are understood by the board, that will be forthcoming with those details of the 47 stalls being removed and additional landscaping provided is not so much a condition, because you know exactly what's coming. And of course, it'll be to the board's satisfaction.
Suzanne, I think you wanted to
Yeah, I
say
just,
something?
a point of clarity with respect to those 47 spaces. If I understood the earlier description of that, it was that that the parking area for those vehicles, the storage of those vehicles, the site to be improved wasn't going to change in size, but that there was just going to be less parking spaces in that last row. But the improvement, the site improvement, boundaries, it didn't sound like we're changing.
No,
that
they'll
much.
change. What'll happen is, we're gonna move the fence. What happens there is the grading is in that location.
Yeah.
So we'll relocate the fence to it to, be closer to the rear of the first row. And the grading will blend into the landscaping, so.
Okay, so you are actually reducing the size of that area, okay.
And slightly reducing the disturbance of the area.
Got it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think that's enough for me to go on. How about other people? And I know Debbie is going to be looking at us like, oh, right, what should I actually put in there?
It's okay.
Yeah, I think,
Can I just ask a question?
not right now, ma'am, sorry. We're trying to concentrate on figuring out how to do this. So
The board had previously closed the public hearing.
Yes. All right, so where are people on the board thinking right now?
I think with the new wording, I think 6 will be fine, and I don't see any other issues.
You want to say it again? Speak into the...
I said with the change in the wording for number 6, I think that'll be sufficient, and I don't see any other issues with the neg deck.
I do have a question about number 7. The last sentence says light pollution and stormwater runoff could potentially impact the property, referring to the KIP house if not properly installed and managed. I believe the plans provided address the light pollution issue and also stormwater management, so we probably shouldn't leave 7 kind of ending on that sentence like that. Perhaps we should add to that and talk about how this plan prevents that or mitigates that.
So something like the plans submitted by the applicant do address controlling the impacts of lighting and stormwater runoff?
I mean, something along those lines. I just don't think leaving 7 like that is the way to go. But I don't know if I'm being nitpicky for a neg deck or not, but I think it should be clear that we're...
Makes it consistent with the way we're handling the other ones, I think. So plans submitted do address controlling the issues of lighting and stormwater runoff. Okay.
Did we do language for 6?
I don't know that we have like final language, but Dominic gave it to us.
You have 2 attorneys, you could get 3 opinions. But what I would suggest is for number 6, I said, it may be helpful, and of course I'm thinking off the top of my head, so I apologize. We usually get in trouble when that happens. But I would suggest that adding a sentence that says, although the proposed parking area has been deemed to be an accessory use by the building inspector and meets all required setbacks, comma, the applicant has offered to reduce the area by 47 stalls and will provide additional landscaping within that area to further minimize impact to the surrounding residential area.
Did you get all that?
Yep.
I got it in here. I'm
I
not.
have it. Debbie got it.
Yeah, I hope Debbie has it.
Got it. Thank you, Don.
Well said, Don.
Thank you.
That sounds very good. All right, well, unless there are further comments or suggestions on the EAF Part 2 or the draft neg deck, we can go to some motions to consider those. Before we do that, let's see if I can find the page. Right. Oh, here it is. I did want to mention, we received a letter from Timothy Delorme, postmarked March 1, 2022, received March 4, 2022. This was after the deadline for written comments that the board allowed until the close of business on February 18th, 2022, after closing the public hearing on February 10th, 2022. I don't plan to read that letter here tonight, but it has been entered into the project review file record. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I said that. Is the board ready to go ahead with, first of all, a motion to approve the draft EAF Parts 2 and 3 for Healy Hyundai amended site development plan as reviewed and revised tonight, and to authorize the chair to sign that?
So moved.
Second.
Suzanne moves it. Felix seconds it. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any, let's see, one abstention. See, I remember that time. So, all right, that passes. That's the EAF Parts 2 and 3, passes 6 in favor, none opposed, 1 abstention. And so I'll ask again, is the board ready to approve and adopt the negative declaration for Healy Hyundai as discussed and revised tonight? Subject, well, let's see. So we are, I guess we're folding into the neg deck itself, subject to plans being revised to reflect that reduction in the number of spaces in the car storage area?
That's correct.
Okay, so we don't have to
And
necessarily
that certainly would be
repeat
the
that.
board's expectation before considering any kind of preliminary approval for this site development plan.
Okay. So as long as that's in the neg deck, I don't think we need to say that specifically in the resolution, right?
Correct.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion then to the effect of adopting the neg deck and authorizing the chair to sign it?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Felix moves it, Suzanne seconds it. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? And 1 abstention, Bridget recusing herself. So the neg deck is passed with the revised wording. 6 in favor, none opposed, 1 abstention. Okay. I think we got through that. What else do we need to do?
Thank you very much for that. And I guess we just want to understand the next steps on procedure, given the way that was just done, as far as for, I guess, we would resubmit and come back next month and with the ability to act on the application, or how would that work? For preliminary and final?
Well, let's see. I guess the question first for you, John, is there anything major that you're looking for that would at least allow us, that would at least not preclude going ahead with at least a preliminary approval?
No. The comments that remain in our letter are all comments that are typical at this stage of a project and could be made conditions of any approval.
So, in your opinion, do you think we could have a draft resolution of preliminary and final approval drafted for, but it would be a conditional final approval, I'm sure, because there are still a number of loose ends in terms of health department, DOT, and things like that.
Yeah, I don't see why you couldn't proceed to that step.
Dominic, any thoughts?
I agree. I mean, having the draft prepared, as I say, I think for the third time tonight, doesn't mean that the board has to adopt it. I think it would also depend on whether or not the board's satisfied with the revisions that have been discussed tonight.
Yes.
But having it ready in case the board is would be appropriate.
Wonderful, thank you.
So, is the board ready to make a motion to the effect of authorizing, again, I guess in this case it would be Dominic to draft a resolution of preliminary and final site development plan approval for the Healy Hyundai application, have that ready for the April 14th planning board meeting. That would, and as mentioned, that would be, of course, subject to the revised plans being submitted in time for the submission deadline for that meeting. Someone like to move that?
I will move that.
Second.
Moved by Felix, seconded by Suzanne. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And one abstention being Bridget. So that passes 6 in favor, none opposed, and 1 abstention. All right.
Thank you very much. You have a great night now.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to catch my breath here and get some of this stuff off the table.
Interesting. But I think they say you can do it.
Yes, this is closed.
I have to know.
They haven't made a final decision. That's what I'm trying to close secret. They're reviewing the resolution of the April 14th meeting. Yes. No, it's not a public hearing.
It's about that full batch.
Can't do that during the public hearing, I'm sorry. There's no public hearing.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. The next item under project reviews is Johnson Trails subdivision. Board to review submission made by applicant's representative on February 23rd, 2022. Welcome, Ms. Tucker.
So since the last submission, the overall layout of the subdivision hasn't been revised, and it seems to be that this will be the final layout minus some disturbance changes to accommodate for silt fencing towards the eastern side as stated in the new comment letter. I also had a meeting with the highway super on February 24th, right after this middle date, and I have his letter stating that he's satisfied with the proposed road, proposed hammerhead turnaround, and the driveways. And then we are currently in contact with the fire department. We reached out again this week for some kind of review end of the Hammerhead turnaround, and then I also resubmitted a request to review the Johnson Court road name to the 911 Dutchess County review. I think our hopes for this is to possibly set a public hearing and begin the SECRA process. I think those are the two big items we would like to accomplish.
All right, John, would you like to go through your memo?
Yeah, sure. There are a lot of comments that are repeats from previous memos, and particularly with respect to drainage, the road design. There are items in here that we've been asking for, such as the geometry for the road design, several iterations of our comment memo, and we continue to get responses saying it's provided, and then we look through the plans and it's not there. They had a lot of discrepancies in this plan set with their calculated limit of disturbance. And again, as Ms. Tucker mentioned, there are areas on the plan that don't show erosion control currently, which once it's there, that will again change the limit of disturbance. And you know, it's been our contention all along that they're probably going to be over the 5-acre threshold where you would require a full SWIP. But they until we see the actual limit of disturbance displayed correctly, we can't really speak to that. So that's another item that's been ongoing for some time. The highway, we did see the highway superintendent's sign off on the hammerhead, but we still have some questions about what they're doing with grading there, how they're going to handle drainage coming off that. So I would say there still are some, you know, although I think they're easily solvable, but there's still some pretty big open items on this project. And I could read all these comments, but many of them have been here for a while, and I think we at the last meeting offered to work with Mr. Gillespie's office to help iron out some of these items, and we didn't get contacted until yesterday, as a matter of fact, or was it the day before? I forget, but obviously too late to do anything for this meeting. So we would offer that again if the board is open to that.
Yeah, I don't think we need to reauthorize it. We just want it to happen. Yeah.
You did it at the February meeting.
Right. So, that's where we stand. It's I don't see anything that can't be addressed, but we need to start seeing some of these things addressed before we can make any recommendations.
We do, obviously, we can't show it now, but we do have a lot of that prep work done, and we're hoping to address the majority, if not all, the comments within the next submission that's in 2 weeks, if I'm not mistaken. But with that said, the layout of the subdivision hasn't changed, and in respect to a public hearing, we're just hoping, because the layout is the same and will most likely remain the same, we're hoping to at least get the public's comments on the layout.
So I'll do like John did. I've been repeating the same requests for information at numerous meetings. So the first one really was that following now that a tree survey has been submitted, the next step is to prepare a basic tree preservation plan to show significant trees outside of areas of disturbance that can be preserved and how they'll be protected during construction. And again, that goes back to the importance of comments that were received from at least one neighbor who thought that some buffering and substantial tree preservation as shown on a plan would help that situation. We saw the Phase 1A, 1B archaeological survey, and it looked good to me, but we definitely still need a sign-off from SHPO submitted to us so that we can fold that into the seeker determination. I think I may have mentioned before, we'd like to see planting details for and maintenance requirements for the rain gardens. And then also, so the street lighting plan was revised. I saw that so that it now covers the full proposed street and cul-de-sac, but we need to make sure that the luminaires on the proposed street lights are fully shielded and dark sky compliant. And being that it's going to be a town road, I think we certainly can make sure that that happens. So, again, those are all things that are really going to factor into a seeker determination, and also I believe we'll get some input from the planning board members too, but I believe we really aren't ready to set a public hearing yet until we have all that information in place. It's more than just the layout of the lots. It's a lot of those basic details that we've been looking for. Any other thoughts on that from members?
I agree with you, Mr. Chairman. These have been asked for and haven't been provided.
Yeah.
I have asked my engineer to address all the items concerned, so it does disturb me that these items have not been addressed. And I can assure you that it will be discussed with my engineer.
We appreciate that. Thank you. All right.
Mr. Chairman, I was just going to offer that it might be helpful to, with the next submission, to provide a response to comments indicating all of these comments and how they've been responded to, so that they can make sure that they are, in fact, being addressed. But in addition to that, and along the lines of whether or not the project's ready for a public hearing, I would suggest to the board, although you don't seem inclined to schedule a public hearing, it's not just so much for the board's information, technical details, but it's also to make sure that the public can understand the full parameters of the project.
Yeah, very much so, definitely. I agree with that. And again, we would urge the applicant's engineers to contact our planning board engineer and really sit down and try to hash out any of the remaining details that need to be worked out. And I think that would be very helpful to you. And I would strongly suggest if these details aren't ready or unless substantial progress has been made on those details and submitted by the submission date for the April meeting, it's really not, doing us a whole lot of good to have you come before us and just rehash what we've been rehashing but not seeing any results out of it. So, putting it bluntly, we really would appreciate it if we can get, more completed plan details before we move ahead with any further consideration. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. All right, so that brings us to the Fishkill Support Center of Jehovah's Witnesses Site Development Plan. I am going to be recusing myself, as I have done in the past on this application. So I will turn the chairpersonship over to Anthony to conduct this part of the meeting, and I will see you in a little while.
Good evening. Just give John a second to
That's all right.
pop out of here. Good evening, Joel. How are you?
Good evening, Mr. Brozier. Fine. Board members?
So I did want to mention a few things before I turn it over to you for an update. The last time you were here in January, we classified the project as a unlisted action pursuant to seeker and passed a motion for the planning board to establish itself as lead agency to perform coordinated review and circulate notice of lead agency to interested parties. And something else I have here, on February 24th, we received a memo from Joel Petrus, town building inspector, zoning administrator. In that memo, he indicated he had no additional comments. Debbie, question for you. I didn't see anything from Chelsea Fire District, although I did notice that the applicant had mentioned something in their package about coordinating with them. So maybe this is a good opportunity to turn it over to you and let you give us an update on what's changed since the last time we met.
Sure, absolutely. So primarily the changes we've made have been addressing the comments from Mr. Bodendorf and the board on the plan. You'll notice in looking at these plans, we've adjusted our approach to the stormwater control for the site, stormwater treatment. The basic purpose behind that is to reduce the amount of cut and fill needed on the site, and also to address some issues that in looking at some of our soil studies, that basically the approach we were taking, we needed to change because it really wasn't going to work as we had hoped that it would. So the stormwater has been adjusted, and Mr. Matt Ryan here from Colliers tonight, he can speak to questions on the stormwater. He's more of an expert on it than I am. And then besides the stormwater adjustments, we addressed some of the comments made by the board and also the informal comments from Dutchess County Planning by adding some electric vehicle charging. We adjusted the sidewalks, crosswalks. We adjusted the trails on the site to make them not just a circular roundabout, but more connective to the recreation areas on the site. And we redid the lighting plan, the lighting as well, to reduce the fixtures. And I think those are the primary changes that we made, unless I missed anything, right? Yeah.
If you'd like to briefly speak about the stormwater changes, this might be an appropriate time to do so.
No problem. Yeah, so I guess, as Joel had mentioned, so in looking at the geotechnical testing that was available, that had been previously done on the site, we had some issues with infiltration rates. They were basically non-existent. So our original basis of design was taking a lot of the roof runoff and infiltrating that into the ground. And then the same for the actual detention basin was also just being infiltrated into the ground. And just based on that study that we looked at that was done previously on site, we were able to kind of conclude that, we wouldn't be able to get those, like any substantial infiltration. So we changed our stormwater approach to basically neglect infiltration and provide different means to provide water quality. So that, what we basically added are two dry swales, which are like New York State like stormwater management practices, which basically just run the stormwater through, essentially grass swales. Water's collected in under drains, and so we added two dry swales, which also act as conveyance on site. So rather than taking some of the stormwater and piping it underground, some of that water discharges directly into those dry swales, and then either discharges off site or goes to the detention basin. And so those are like basically the main changes that we made on site. And I think it was noted in the engineer's comments that I guess he didn't have time to fully go through everything, but it seems like all of the comments were addressed.
Okay, this might be an appropriate time for me to turn it over to Mr. Bodendorf.
Yeah, I'll start with the stormwater. We, for consistency purposes, want to have the same person looking at the revised report. That person who did the initial review was out for an extended period of time with a COVID-related issue, so he just got back this week. So he hasn't had a chance to go through the whole thing, but we just, in a brief review to get this letter out, we looked at our previous comments and how they responded to them, and it does appear that the majority of those concerns have been addressed, but we still need the opportunity to go through the full report. But based on what we've looked at so far, it looks like they're trending in a good direction with the stormwater. Other items, they mentioned the cut fill estimate. That's something that they said they would provide when they finalized their grading plan, I guess. So waiting on documentation from Wambat Sewer for the connection there. Ultimately, the health department will have to approve their water sewer connections. And one thing the board should discuss, they do have some nonconformities with their proposed parking lot. Some of the lighting fixtures are spaced further apart than the code typically requires, but they did respond stating that it was sufficient for their intent. So that's something that the board should discuss. It appears that at the entrance to the site, you're showing fencing that jets into the right-of-way. Is that something that you can correct so that you don't need to, okay.
Yeah, that's already been discussed. We can adjust that so it's within the property.
Yeah.
Was that supposed to be a chain link fence? I was trying to follow that on the plan, the fence along the road.
It's a aluminum.
It's a aluminum, like powder-coated picket style fence along the front.
Sorry, John.
No, that's okay. No, I'm glad to hear that there wasn't a reason why it was being shown that way. Now, we had a question about the disposition of what's labeled as the environmental easement. It does look like there's some grading shown on top of that, and is that something that's allowed per the current easement language? I would imagine you can't probably excavate there, but.
Correct. So in discussions with Sterling Environmental, we verified with them, they're the engineering firm that dealt with the whole cleanup prior to our owning the property. But the easement in the area, it allows us to add, but we cannot reduce down and reduce the cap level that exists on the soil cap sections, and then the rest of the easement area. Again, we can add, but if we do go down in, then there's some extra soil testing, et cetera. And so our intention is to not do that. Anything within the easement where we plan to add to, not remove from and dig down.
Okay, do you actually have the language of the easement, the restrictions that you could provide?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
We can provide that, yes.
Yeah, that would be helpful. There's one area, the wetland buffer for wetland D on the plan. Looks like the limited disturbance and silt fence for phase 5 projects into that. I think that was probably just a drafting error.
Correct. We're gonna adjust that.
We asked for the silt fence in Phase 4 to be extended along the entire toe slope, along the grading for the soccer fields. And because there's a maintenance facility proposed, we felt like we should, unless we're not understanding the type of maintenance that's proposed to be done there, but an oil water separator might be appropriate in that location.
Yes, and we're in agreement to adding that.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll be shown on the next submission.
Okay, that's pretty much the gist of our comments at this point.
Okay, thank you. Dominic, I know we mentioned the easement. I know there's also an issue that we talked about the easement for the riverfront trail. I just want to turn it over to you for a second, see if there's any other questions or comments that you might have at this stage.
Nothing further at this time. I don't have anything to add.
Okay. At this point, I'll go down the line here and see if any of the board members have any comments. Bob? Robbie? Felix?
No, I think we're pretty good right now, I think.
So there were a few things I didn't see the easement for the riverfront trail on the plans. Is that?
We haven't shown it on the plans yet because we understand that we'll need to work with someone in the town for, you know, where it's going to go exactly, the width, et cetera.
Okay.
But if you want us to show a draft location, we're happy to do that.
I think it would be helpful until we got
Sure.
something more, more solid.
Sure, absolutely.
Back in November, as part of your original submittal package, we had a packet of building elevations and renderings along with the description of the finishes. Has any of that changed since the initial application? Because I don't think I was part of what came across in the last submittal.
Correct. So no, none of that has changed.
Okay. And I think at some point we'll have to have like a sample board. So that's something we would be looking for in the near future on that.
Sure.
And then I didn't have any personal issues with any of the finishes, but something I wanted to mention, I don't know if the board had a chance to see that, but the new buildings, I believe, were having a metal panel wall cladding that appeared to be like a brick red in color, and the roof was having a metal panel roofing that appeared to be like a white in color, and then the building was intended to have like a masonry skirt wall, like a veneer of manufactured stone. So that was, and I just want to mention that. I don't know if the board members had a chance to do that, but I would recommend the board members go back to that and take a look at that and provide some input if necessary. I didn't personally have any issue with it, but I just want to make sure that's still the plan and that the board is looking at that. And then lighting, I think that was something that came up. I didn't have any personal concerns about the light spacing, but I don't know, any of the board members have any concerns? That would be something I would, invite input toward. And also the landscaping plan, I also didn't really have any issues with it. Of course, I'm not as eagle-eyed as our chairman, who is not on board here, but I did notice that I looked at the plant list, and none of them were listed on DEC's list of prohibited or regulated invasive, but some of the plants listed were not necessarily native to the U.S., but were commonly used. So I didn't have any issue with it, but it was something I had looked at, and I want to just mention. And curious to know what the board thought about the landscaping plan as well.
I didn't have any issue with what they showed.
All right. I didn't have any additional comments, so I'm going to ask Dominic at this point what actions we would be looking to possibly take tonight, or?
Yeah, I'm a little unclear on this one, and my apologies for that. I mean, this is a minor site development plan, isn't that correct? Or no?
No, I don't think I would classify it as minor.
Okay.
I mean, they're doing a significant amount of, just on the stormwater end.
Okay.
There's a lot of grading, so.
My notes are then in error, so I apologize for that, so for the confusion. If that's the case, then I think the question is whether or not they're ready for a public hearing or not, correct?
Yeah, I agree with that, and in my opinion, I think they are at a point now where it makes sense to consider soliciting public input.
Okay. Yeah, you beat me to the punch. I was going to ask, because I know you had some concerns, questions about the stormwater, but like you had said, they seem to be trending in the right direction and made some substantial changes, and the cut fill had been changed, so I think those were kind of the bigger items, so.
Right.
So I will ask the board their thoughts. Do they feel that we're ready for a public hearing?
Sure, let's move it along. I'm ready.
I think so.
So with that, I will entertain a motion to set a public hearing for the April 13th meeting? No, what is it? 14th.
14.
I was close. It's 11 o'clock.
Be one day ahead.
Well, not as bad as me calling it a minor application.
We'll get there.
I would have been happy with that.
Yeah, my notes, I apologize.
So I'll entertain a motion for a public hearing for Fishkill Support Center of Jehovah's Witnesses for April 14th meeting.
So moved.
Second.
I got a second.
Second, whatever.
I'll give it to Bridget.
Okay.
There we go.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And we have one abstention for John. So it passes 6-0. I think the last thing we need to do is talk about where the signs
And the number of.
and the number of. And I think not a lot of traffic goes down Industrial Way, if memory serves, so perhaps
Dead end.
at the intersection of Industrial Way and, I'm blanking on the,
Brockway?
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not a through road.
That's where industrial starts
Yep.
at, is at Brockway.
Yeah, it's not a through road, so that would, to me, that would be
Yep.
the reasonable location. So I think it's just one, unless anybody has any other suggestions.
I think one is correct then.
All right. Yep, one at the intersection there. We don't have to do any motions, we're good. Okay. Is there anything else?
Just one question. We talked about the lighting. I was just wondering if the board had any comments on our parking approach. And it had been mentioned, Mr. Bodendorf, and also Dutchess County in their informal comments about the parking in front of the building. We have just a small strip of parking along Industrial Way, majority behind it. But that was something that Mr. Bodendorf had left to the board's discretion. And we were just wondering if the board had a feeling whether they were agreeable to our approach with that, our explanation for it at this point, or if that's a future discussion.
Me personally, I don't think I have too much of a concern with it, considering it's not necessarily a through road, so generally speaking, I believe the only people that would be going back there would be the people using the facility itself. So that's my opinion, but we'll poll the board one more time.
I agree with you, Mr. Chairman.
There you have it.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Okay, we'll see you next month.
Perfect. Thank you again for all your time and
Good
efforts
night.
working on this.
Again, I apologize for that. My notes were confused from last month's meeting.
Anthony, keep us moving here, will you?
I will do that. Thank you.
Introduce this next project.
I guess while John
Let me wake
finds
John
his
up.
way back in here.
Every second is precious.
Every
Yes.
second is precious at this hour of the night, yes.
I will,
Less than 3 minutes.
Yeah, too bad Taylor's not here. He talks
I
faster than
will-
I do.
I will at
Better
least,
to learn to talk fast and.
I'll
quick
announce
way.
what the item is in other business. It is
He's right here.
1292
Oh, go ahead.
Route 9D, proposed self-storage facility. Board to discuss submission made by
We
the
do that, okay?
applicant's representative on February 23rd,
Thank you.
2022.
Other business, there we go.
Thank you, Anthony.
It's been announced, so it's
You're in charge,
in under
It's all
the,
you.
in before the buzzer there.
Yeah, I will talk as fast as I can and just cut me off whenever you see fit. So we did have a pre-application meeting on this a couple weeks ago with the vice chair, your attorney, the building inspector, and your engineer. And we were asked to appear at this meeting to present our proposal, because it is a little different. That's why we're on it for a discussion item to the full board, to start getting some feedback. And we were also informed that it would likely take more than one meeting to have one of these discussions, and that's certainly okay with us. So my name is Alec Glad from Cuddy and Fader on behalf of the prospective applicant. Also I have Rich D'Andrea from Colliers, who will be able to speak to some of the discussions that we've had with DOT on this site in a minute. So I was just going to start with a just very high-level project overview, go over quickly the test kind of in the code as to what we're looking for, and then maybe turn it to Rich quick if we have some time. All right, so we are seeking to develop a... thank you.
All right.
Yeah, so we're seeking to develop a passive low-impact self-storage facility on the 4.7 acre property located at 1292 Route 9D in the restricted business zoning district. So this is located on the east side of Route 9D in the 84 interchange. It's kind of hard to see there, but it's Exhibit A in the packet that we submitted. And it's southwest of the former Beacon Correctional Facility property. So it's bound by two state highways, State Highway to the north, and then, of course, the Van Ness neighborhood to the south. And so what we are proposing is a simple two-story, 51,000 square foot self-storage facility with associated parking, signage, and landscaping. Access is proposed to be restricted to right in, right out, and it has been shifted as far south as possible from the on-off ramp and the light onto the highway. So in the design of the building, and I got this language from our architect, is meant to be reminiscent of the brick light industrial structures that have been a part of Beacon and Fishkill's infrastructure dating back to the 19th century. So it's meant to intentionally blend with kind of the character of the community. All you have to do is look north at the brick buildings for the prison property for some inspiration. And it's not intended to be kind of like that orange U-Haul or the red and blue Cube Smart or the yellow Safeguard self-storage buildings that you might see. And so we believe, after kind of looking at this property for the past 3 or 4 years and what we can do, that this is kind of our best foot forward. This is the best option that we can kind of give to try to develop this commercial property that does abut a state highway and an interstate. And I think it is the most beneficial to the three parties involved: us, the developer, the town, and most importantly, the adjacent neighbors. And this is because, first and foremost, it's going to be fully zoning compliant with the RB district, but also 70% of the 4.7 acre site is going to remain as green space, which comes out to about 3.5 acres. And what that does is that allows us to set the building back 110 feet from the nearest residential property line. The lighting is proposed to also be dark sky compliant, and we think the building does kind of provide a nice buffer between the highway and that residential neighborhood. And most of the existing tree cover will be maintained, as you can see, and we are willing to augment it with evergreen landscape planting as necessary and where we could. And so a self-storage facility is about as of a low-impact commercial use as you could have in a property that's zoned commercial like RB. And to really kind of illustrate this point, we only need 9 parking spaces to serve the facility, but we had to show 26 on the plan in order to not have to need a ZBA variance, and that's also with us asking for a 50% reduction waiver from the board that you're allowed to give in the code. So it really is pretty much the most passive commercial use that you can have on a property. And there are several more intense uses permitted at the property in the RB district. For example, when we were discussing this proposal a number of years ago with the DOT, we sent them a concept plan of a hotel and restaurant, which I'll just pull up quickly so you can see. So you can see. So these are two permitted uses in this district where we could just, submit an application and start processing it as any other and not have to go through kind of this ask that we're doing. So that's just something that we were looking at before, but again, we don't think that's as good of an option as what we're proposing now. So why are we here? Self-storage uses are permitted in other districts, however, they're not explicitly permitted in the RB district. So we're seeking relief from the planning board in consultation with the building inspector pursuant to section 150-19B of your code. And I don't know if that's on there, but the test is laid out or copied from page 2 to 3 in our submission that we gave you. And what that test basically says is that uses that are substantially similar to those allowed in the district, but at the same time less intense, the board and the building inspector can determine that they should be permitted as a special permit use. It's a bit of an oxymoron test, but I think we do fit that truly unique situation. So there's basically 4 factors that the code lays out to assist the board in determining whether it's substantially similar. And that's whether if it meets the intent and goals of the comprehensive plan, meets the stated purpose of the zoning district that it's in, it will not adversely affect the public health, safety, and welfare, and it not be of a greater intensity. So in the interest of brevity, our summary thoughts on these criteria is that the RB district's stated purpose in your code is to include limited business, institutional, and recreation uses which are appropriate adjacent to residential uses. And I think the site plan that we have laid out, not this one, but the one where we're maintaining 70% green space, allowing a 110-foot buffer, maintaining the existing tree cover, which we can augment with landscape screening, meets that stated purpose. The comp plan also encourages a local and business environment with less vehicle-intense uses, and this is about as less intense vehicle as it gets. And this low-volume passive use and its lack of intensity leads to less noise, odor, or lighting impacts on adjacent residential areas, protecting that general health, safety, and welfare. And most importantly, it's not of a greater intensity or density or going to generate more of an environmental impact as permitted uses in the RB district, such as this. So I don't know if the board wants to give feedback on that or any thoughts. If not, I could have Rich just kind of go over kind of DOT and how we ended up at some of the discussions as to this use and the right in, right out.
Yeah, why don't we go to some of the traffic and roadway issues, because that's going to be pretty critical.
Yep.
No, I think it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, so our office prepared a preliminary traffic analysis for the project as it's currently proposed with self-storage. We also did a comparison to the prior hotel and restaurant proposal. As it's proposed right now, the self-storage is a very low volume generator. It's 10 trips in and out in the peak hour, and basically in all the 3 peak hours, AM, PM, Saturday, that we analyzed. When you compare that to the hotel restaurant proposal, that proposal was actually in excess of 100 trips in each of the peak hours. So we took that analysis and had submitted it to the Department of Transportation for their initial input, and their feeling and were pretty adamant about the fact that due to the proximity to the I-84 interchange, that any significant traffic generator in this location would be problematic. They were also adamant that this should be a right turn in, right turn out only access at this location to limit any impacts to the interchange. And we also know that the interchange ramp intersection there has queues that back up kind of through this intersection, which would cause problems with vehicles getting in and out, making left turns. So that's where the right turn in, right turn out came from. So, and they were insisting that this should be a low volume generator, and that's where the self-storage use kind of came from. So.
And so the access drive has been, is proposed now pretty much as far downward on the map, which direction?
Yeah, as far south as possible.
South, yeah.
Right, and again, because it's right turn in, right turn out, we're not really impacting the flow of traffic along that roadway as much as we would be if we had left turns, so.
All right.
Well,
Yeah.
I think that's
Felix.
my major concern is how are we going to stop or make sure that people are not making a left into that? Because there are a lot of accidents there. I know from personal experience, so it's a very ugly spot.
Yeah, so that's a good point. So the driveway would actually be designed would likely be designed to have a raised median that would force you to only be allowed to make a right turn in and a right turn out. Okay. You wouldn't be able to cross over that median to try and make a left turn.
Okay.
So that's not shown on this plan right now, but that would be part of the final, ultimately the final configuration for that driveway.
That's important because, yep, it's a very bad spot. And I know people have talked about it often. In my neighborhood, people that travel this road and, okay, that would help.
Okay.
And does the Route 90 there widen and become 2 lanes?
There's two lanes northbound there. I'm not sure.
I mean, even the northbound one, till then, there is, I know just before the exit ramp, it becomes 2 lanes, 2 or 3, right?
Yeah, I think northbound you have.
I mean, if you're coming from Beacon, it is a single lane, and then it widens.
Correct.
And becomes 2 or 3.
Yeah, exactly, yes. So it's one lane coming from Beacon and then widening to, I believe, 3 lanes at the interchange.
Yeah, it becomes 3 lanes. So
yeah.
This entrance to the self-storage at that point, it is still a single lane, or is it a?
No, at that location, there's 2 lanes.
So theoretically, you're saying that they're only going to be able to make a right turn in and a right turn out?
Correct.
So they have to be coming from one direction to get into?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
So cars coming from the north to get into the site most likely will have to go into a residential street and circle around or do a U-turn and come back out to turn right.
They may find a location to do a U-turn. They could be down as far as, I think for Plank is the next signalized intersection down that they could circulate around.
The train station entrance.
Or they could get there on the train.
My concern there is that they'll make the left into Van Ness. And that's, one of those places that we have issues. They'll make a left right into Van Ness, and that's where the accidents happen.
But the concern would be something with far more vehicles coming in and out as an acceptable use being proposed.
No, I'm not.
No, I know.
I'm not arguing that at all.
I'm not, yeah.
I'm just stating a fact here.
No,
There's an issue here.
You're not wrong.
Right, okay, because I know people are gonna go south, they wanna go in, and what are they gonna do? They're gonna turn into Van Ness, and that's where the accidents happen.
And then I guess there are questions about what the state's plans ultimately are for improvements in that area. And I guess I read in the report that you prepared that the state might actually require some frontage from this property to be dedicated for future widening of the road.
Right, and I couldn't speak to what the state might have planned, but I think the applicant would be open to providing any additional lands that the state might request along the frontage there for any future improvements that.
And will the building be visible from I-84 or it'll be covered by trees?
That I can't answer.
So, in our, I think, Exhibit A, we had some Google images. I mean, it's leaf on from 84 possibly. If I remember correctly, I think the site's pretty covered, yeah.
It is.
This might be an opportunity to work with the DOT to do something about that Van Ness. Well, I know we've talked to them before about it, and maybe if they could make it that there's no left turns into Van Ness would help. But that's talking to the DOT.
Yeah, I mean, my initial thought when I heard about this proposal and started reading the materials was that the town board actually recently did amend Chapter 150 zoning to include self-storage facilities as a permitted use in several zones, which include the planned shopping center district, the GB district, and the planned industrial district. So in my mind, I was thinking, well, why didn't they include the RB district? That's obviously a question for them, and the code is what it is, but, and then the follow-up thought was, well, then why would the planning board consider issuing a special permit to allow a self-storage facility in the RB district, given the difficult location relative to that interchange? So I know that you discussed that a lot in your report, and I still have those thoughts going through my mind. I'm certainly willing to listen more, but I think it would take some convincing to get to the point where I would feel comfortable with basically the conditions of Route 9D there. So I mean, at this point, I guess maybe I'll ask Dominic just for some input on, what kind of a process would we be looking at in terms of considering the specific proposal and at the same time thinking about whether we would want to pursue the possibility of issuing the special permit to allow the use. I mean, as far as I can tell, it would have to be basically a concurrent process. I mean, I don't think we're in a position where we could say, okay, well, let's all decide if we're going to allow the special permit first, and then, oh, by the way, then we'll look at the site plan. It's got to be done simultaneously, I think, from a seeker perspective, for one, and also from just a rational way of looking at the proposal, to look at the special permit criteria at the same time we're looking at the site development aspects. But anyway, that's probably the answer I wanted to hear from you.
Yes. I mean, that's the short answer.
Didn't mean to put words into your mouth.
Is yes. I mean, it's an interesting provision in your town code 150-19. It does require the board to make a determination. In order to make a determination, like, you have to go through the seeker process as well. So it's not like you can consider this just in the abstract, well, that this might be a good use for this particular property, or you accept the applicant's opinion regarding the intensity of the use without considering the other technical aspects and environmental aspects of what's being proposed. You can't really divorce them in that sense. That said, I'm sure that the applicant wants some indication as to where the board stands in connection with this, and the board itself also has the obligation, it's written right into the code, to obtain the input of the building inspector. And so at some point, I'm not suggesting tonight, but at some point the board would have to refer this to the building inspector for his opinion. his opinion is something that the board then considers. It's ultimately this board's decision as to whether or not you want to entertain a special permit for this particular site. So at some point, I think the board should determine what additional information it's going to require. I know it's getting late. I'm going to say one more thing that I would like the board to consider in connection with this. The applicant is making the argument that this use is less intense than other uses that might be allowed in the zone, and that may be an argument that the board appreciates and understands, but it's not the only determination that it's not the only criteria that the board has to consider. And one central aspect of the test is whether or not the use that's being proposed is substantially similar to the other uses that are actually allowed in the zone. And this is the RB zone. In the RB zone, there's very few things that are actually allowed in that zone. That would be such as the motel, the restaurant, that was shown on the plans, and residential uses, and not much else, because it's the restricted business zone. And so the board, I think, in addition to evaluating whether or not the use is less intense, also has to identify whether or not appropriately this is a substantially similar use to those uses. Something to consider in the long term for this application.
Well, let me just ask the board members, beyond what we've said so far, whether anyone has any specific thoughts about it, and then we could figure out what the next steps would be.
Well, operational hours, this is an off kind of thing. I mean, access.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a specific answer. I haven't asked our client about that, but I know self-storage facilities typically aren't 24/7. They're somewhat of a normal business hour operation. So that's probably, I would hazard to guess, what we would be looking at.
And you were saying basically they would try to make a pretty pronounced turning radius so that people aren't going to be, like they said, trying to make a left-hand turn into the...
Yeah.
Or try to make a left turn out of the...
Right, yeah, the layout that's on here is just generic at the moment, but yeah.
But I can see it.
There would definitely be a larger radius in, you would see an out, and you would see a bigger pronounced island in between to prevent left turns. There would also be signage for no left turns as well, it's required. So.
Yeah, because I see a lot of times people...
They try to sneak over it happens.
I mean, especially in the night when there's not much
traffic.
Right.
Right.
Signs across the street, no left-hand turn, and they're still doing it.
Yeah.
Well, one nice thing about combining site development plan approval with special use permit process is that the planning board has quite a bit of leeway in terms of conditions that we could attach to the any approval that we might ultimately give on that. So that's something to think about as well. But the only thing I can think about in terms of, moving the process ahead in any way is probably at this point to submit a formal application for a combined site development plan and special use permit. The applicant would probably have to put a little bit more time and investment into preparing some more detailed plans, especially dealing with things like the site entrance and things like that. But
sorry, one more question. How far is the building from the nearest house from the region?
Good question.
So I don't have a measurement to the nearest house, but from the nearest property line, it's 110 feet. So then the house would be a little bit farther than that, or however much farther they are from their rear property line. So it'd be 110 feet plus.
110, okay. Let's say 150.
And so probably the aerial photographs show a little bit more, but what's the existing vegetation like between the proposed facility and the residences? Is it like fairly heavily, I know some of the site had been cleared, yeah, but I think I remember that the perimeters of the site are still fairly heavily wooded.
Right, and then the center is.
It's kind of a blurry, little bit of a blurry picture, and we'll try to get some clearer aerials. But yeah, there's not much clearing, and there's a good amount of tree cover existing, and as you mentioned, you know, certainly where appropriate and where we can, we would be happy to augment with some evergreen landscaping too for undercover.
So I think in terms of answering the question of, you know, what does the board at this point think about the issuing of that special use permit, I don't obviously think we can't answer that tonight. I, for one, am willing for you to try to convince me. That's about as far as I can go. I'm not sure about others, but if anyone wants to throw in some more on that. Anthony, you were at the pre-app meeting. I mean, you've had a little more time to even think about it. You have any
Yeah, I
thoughts?
mean, it comes down to a few things for me. Similarity to acceptable uses is something that Dominic had mentioned that's a big one, and I'm not sure that where I land on that yet, and, you know, we just kind of started looking at this. Obviously, safety is massive on this, and
yeah.
But there's also, generally speaking, from what I've seen so far, a fear that an acceptable use, as shown, would be something I would far less prefer on the surface. And I'm not saying one way or the other, but I would, just up front, that acceptable use scares me. So, and I won't say more than that because it's
right
where we are, but those were like the general observations I had up front.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Anthony on that. I'm not really opposed to the self-storage itself. I mean, I have to look at the similar use also, but I'm more just concerned about that left turn. That's what I'm concerned about. And like I said, maybe it's an opportunity, because I know in the past, the town, people have tried to talk to DOT about that, trying to do something, especially for Van Ness, and trying to make it so no left turn there, but maybe we can try to put some pressure on them, right?
Well put. So I guess we'll leave it up to you as to how you want to proceed at this point.
Yeah, I'll talk to our client, and if it's acceptable, we'll try to submit a more formal and detailed application by the next deadline we're able to make, if that works with everyone.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, great. Thank you all for your time, and
No, thank
we
you.
ran
Thank
over
you.
a little, so I
Yeah, sorry,
apologize.
sorry we're so late in the night. So we do have two more action items. I'm sort of proposing, I guess, to put them together into one, because they're different laws. They're both amendments to the recently enacted town board local laws that are now in the town's code. One deals with the historic and cultural resources, and the other with the aquifer protection. And both of the proposed local laws are to, in effect, grandfather
The attorney's out of work.
applications that were already before the planning board or other, other boards, mainly the planning board, at the time that those local laws were enacted. So it's really basically pretty straightforward and simple language that that the town board is proposing to add. We can do resolutions separately, but I wanted to describe these together because it'll make it quicker. So, this was basically in recognition that these kinds of local laws, when they're enacted, oftentimes do include these exemptions or grandfathering provisions for applications that are already under consideration. And I, for one, really have no problem with it. I think it probably would be a good idea to add these grandfather clauses. I guess, as always, I'll turn to Dominic. I guess you've had a chance to take a quick look at the language that the town board is proposing to add to both of these laws and see if you've had any comments or suggestions on that wording.
Yeah, the proposal is to, as you said, to grandfather or exempt applications from the cultural and archaeological law and the aquifer overlay law, both of which were adopted last year by the town board. The exemption would apply to applications that are already pending before this board that are complete. So not all applications, the applications that have been deemed complete by the board.
Does complete mean accepted, or what is completely?
In my mind, and I could be wrong about this, I'm happy to admit when I'm wrong, but in my mind, complete usually means it's ready for a public hearing.
In my mind, the way my mind was thinking was, we have that initial meeting where they come and we accept it as a complete application so that we can start the process. That's where my mind was going on that, but
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too,
I think
actually.
that's what I was asked,
yeah.
as far as complete with,
Ah,
yeah.
okay, then I stand corrected. Like I said, I
Oh,
could be
yeah.
wrong.
I'm not sure either.
I know what I was asked, and that's what I considered complete. I don't know if that's how the board.
Yeah, there's also the term complete when you're dealing with seeker reviews.
Right.
And that's, I don't think that's what the town board was intending.
Okay.
Did you have any thoughts, Suzanne, on that, on how that? I know that we really haven't been involved in the process of, the development of the laws or the amendments, other than providing recommendations on them, but, again, this one is so simple that I think if we try to wordsmith or, provide wording recommendations, unless there was something obviously strange about the wording, I think probably we'd be better off just simply saying these sound like good ideas, and,
I think they are.
I mean, it answers the question for us of
Yes.
which ones apply and which ones don't, which is what we were looking for. So,
Yeah.
I mean, that's,
Exactly.
to me, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, and there are several applications that were here tonight that,
Right.
Correct.
That's
that
correct.
are affected by the current law and would be exempted if these amendments are adopted.
Right.
So why don't we try to quickly see if, all right, let's start with the local law number 1. That's the first one on our agenda to look at, to just see if somebody would be ready to make a motion to send a recommendation to the town board supporting this proposed amendment to section 150, 137 of the Fishkill Code, adding a grandfather clause.
So
And if we, sorry, Anthony?
Yep.
Second.
Suzanne seconds it. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And any abstentions? That passes 7-0. So normally I would have put a draft letter together, but for this one I thought it was so basic that that's not necessary. We're simply going to say we're supporting this local law, and then we'll do the same thing with the next one. And so the second one is local law number 2, Aquifer Protection Overlay Zone. Would someone like to make a motion to send a recommendation to the town board supporting this proposed amendment to section 150-79 of the Town of Fishkill Code, adding a grandfather clause?
So moved.
Felix moves it. Is there a second?
Second.
Bridget seconds it. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? And that passes 7-0. So I think between Debbie and I, we can forge a letter that will make sense out of that, out of those two motions. Anything else that the board wants to bring up? I was going to give a quick update on the comprehensive plan, but I think at this hour, I will
I was gonna.
And I
not do
appreciate
that.
John, I was going to recommend a potential item for the next meeting if we happen to get to it. Regarding public hearings, I know you read the rules at the beginning of every meeting, or every time we have a public hearing. And me personally, I've noticed public hearings over the last few months while we're trying to allow the public sufficient opportunity to comment. It's become more and more of a Q&A session. There's been a lot of, I'll call them outbursts because I can't think of a better word at 11:30 at night, but I think we have to come up with some additional explanation of how this goes. The applicant or the commenters can make their comment. They should not necessarily expect an answer immediately, and that it would be the planning board's, job, I guess, and for lack of a better word, of how to address that during the project review period. I know we want to be responsive, and maybe that's not we need to come up with a way to be as responsive to the public, but not have it become a Q&A session, because it was just, and I don't have the answer right now, but it's frustrating to me, and I'm sure to others here on the board.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to discuss it further. I think there are pluses and minuses about any way that we do it, but tonight isn't the night to discuss it.
No, but I was more suggesting we make an agenda item.
Yeah,
And put it at the very end.
If that time ever comes at an upcoming meeting where we actually have time at the end of the meeting, or...
Yeah, I'm not looking for an in-depth discussion.
Or otherwise start the meetings at 5 o'clock instead of 7.
I have a question. Will that change our bylaws?
I don't think so.
Do we have that specifically in the bylaws? I have to look.
What in the bylaws?
Public hearing?
About how public hearings are conducted.
We're not conducting them the way we say
Yeah, I don't
they
think
are.
so.
When we read the rules, we say we're not, that they're not to repeat questions or repeat statements that have already been made, and it's for them to make a comment, not to have a debate. And we've gotten to the point where these have become debates.
Yeah.
And I'm a little cranky because it's way.
Okay, so I'm going to suggest that we not talk about this anymore
Yes.
tonight,
Okay.
because we're not going to get anywhere with it, and I would like to hear a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Yes.
So moved.
All right, we are done.
All right.
That's a hike.